without power. That dry air still over the area today, so that's going to keep our humidity values in check, but still just enough humidity in the atmosphere for us to feel like the triple digits through the day. So you can see those dew points not too bad, lower 70s, upper 60s in a few spots. Temperatures also starting off really good here, upper 60s, lower 70s in Slidell. Good morning, 70 in Bogalusa, 78 degrees in Kenner, and 73 in Galliano. And again, temperatures will climb quickly as we take a look at your planner. We're looking at mid-80s by 10, and today will feature plenty of sunshine, and we'll be in the lower 90s by this afternoon. So it's going to be another hot one. Yesterday we hit 93 degrees. Today we'll hit 91, 92, and then tonight looks fairly quiet. So again, I'm not tracking a whole lot of rain. A few showers are possible, but we are starting off dry. I do want to talk about this spot real quick. Invest 91L. It is moving to the north-northwest at 5 miles per hour, so it's moving very slowly, an area of disorganized showers and storms, and it has maximum sustained winds of 25 miles per hour. Now, the National Hurricane Center has highlighted an area in the Gulf, so it is expected to lift to the north over the Gulf of Mexico, and some development is possible with this system. Now, of course, we'll talk more in detail about what this system could potentially do coming up in a bit. Back to you.
Thank you very much. The New Orleans Police Department's investigating a fatal shooting in New Orleans East overnight. Cops say it happened around 10:30 when they responded to call of shots fired in the 8500 block of North I-10 Service Road. After police got there, they found a man who had been shot several times. He was pronounced dead on the scene. So far, no other information has come out at this time. When we get more, we'll pass it along.
Meantime, Governor John Bel Edwards is continuing his tour of all the parishes that were heavily impacted by Hurricane Ida last week. Today, he'll be in St. James and Assumption parishes to meet with local officials there. At about 12:45 this afternoon, the governor will host a media briefing at the St. James Emergency Operations Center.
Now to a story that the Eyewitness News Department broke and have been following very closely. 7 nursing homes are at the center of a horrible incident after their residents were evacuated to a warehouse up in Tangipahoa Parish because of Hurricane Ida. 6 people have died, and all 7 nursing homes have since been shut down by the Department of Health. Family members say they're still not getting the answers they deserve, even though we're told that an investigation is underway. Our Devin Bartolotta has that story.
Frustrated is beyond.
Stella Franklin's mother was one of more than 800 people found in deplorable conditions in a warehouse. They came from 7 nursing homes around the area that the Department of Health ordered must close immediately. Louisiana State Health Officer Dr. Joseph Cantor said in a statement Saturday, quote, "The lack of regard for these vulnerable residents' well-being is an affront to human dignity. We have lost trust in these nursing homes to provide adequate care for their residents." Eyewitness News first broke the story from Independence, where those residents were crammed into a warehouse for the storm. Conditions got bad fast. Photos inside show cots wedged in close and mattresses on the floor, and the building began to flood.
It was trash, full of urine and feces all stacked in a corner, and the place just smelled horrible.
And what signs of distress did you see with patients?
Some were hollering, they were in pain. They were hungry, they were thirsty.
The Department of Health was turned away when trying to investigate, and the warehouse was evacuated Wednesday. Franklin's mother was one taken to the LSU field house and says today she got her first shower and first insulin dose in a week.
She said it's like hell in there. That's what she told me. Every time I talk to her, she cries. I actually had to sneak her in some food in her bag today from Sonic because the food that they're giving them, she said, is just downright disgusting.
And Franklin can't pick her up until her town of Galliano gets power back.
Senior 10.
That was Devin Bartolotta reporting, and here's a list of those 7 nursing homes that the Department of Health has ordered to close immediately. It includes 2 locations in Orleans Parish and 3 in Jefferson. Coming up later this morning, we're going to be having more information about that disturbing discovery by the city of New Orleans, which evacuated 10 senior living facilities around the city and uncovered 5 fatalities in the post-Ida sweeps. That was on Friday and Saturday. The findings came as the city made wellness checks on those facilities and found the conditions inside, as they said, were unfit We'll have more on that coming up in our 7:30 half hour.
We are expected to see the lights come on in several more neighborhoods today. Entergy released a detailed timeline for New Orleans and Jefferson parishes and a more broad outline for the surrounding parishes. Asha Staples is live with more. Asha, what are you learning?
Well, we are learning that it is definitely going to take some time, of course. We do have information on our website for you guys to view where Entergy has continuously given updates about when that power restoration should be in your neighborhood. Meantime, the New Orleans City Council President Helena Moreno has written a letter to the Entergy CEO, Deanna Rodriguez, asking the energy provider to not pass the costs of the recovery efforts on to its customers in the city of New Orleans. Moreno says the city wants to help cover those costs, those recovery costs, using state and federal assistance, as well as a storm reserve fund set up after Hurricane Katrina, which now has about $39 million in it. Moreno also asked Entergy for a report on the best way to avoid passing on the cost to ratepayers, but the progress has been undeniable. Entergy reports power is now back to about 300,000 of the 900,000 customers who lost it in Louisiana during Hurricane Ida. That's because the utility was able to restore 6 of the 8 main transmission lines feeding high voltage power into southeast Louisiana.
We've made great progress repairing transmission lines and the substations that I've noted here, and this is the backbone for power delivery to customers. This has to be in place for power delivery to the distribution system.
And power restoration estimates, of course, are subject to change as those crew members assess the damage in those hard-hit places. We do have a list of the estimated times of where you live, of when your power should be restored, so you can check that out on our website. And coming up in our next hour, we'll hear from the governor and what he has to say about these restoration efforts. For now, reporting live in New Orleans, Asha Staples, Eyewitness News.
Thank you so much, Asha. Still to come on the Eyewitness Morning News, we're going to show you how second recover from Ida. Details on how much supplies they're giving away next. Plus, your local weather expert, Michelle Morgan, is going to have a full look at your forecast next.
Alrighty, welcome back. It's 7:11 and I am tracking some more heat on the way today. Heat advisory goes into effect starting at 10 this morning through 6. Even though we are looking at drier air over the area, we have just enough humidity in the atmosphere where it feels like temperatures will feel like the triple digits. And you can see that heat advisory will be in effect for many of the parishes in our area. So again, make sure you're continuing to practice heat safety while you're outside, inside, working on things, because heat illnesses, again, can creep up on you very quickly. And you can see that drier air over our area, all thanks to that weak frontal boundary that moved through the area Friday morning. So dew points aren't too bad. We're in the lower 70s, upper 60s for many spots, and it will remain in that range throughout the rest of the afternoon. So even though we'll be dealing with less humidity, it's still going to be hot because my forecast high in the lower 90s. So temperatures right now, not too bad. It's comfortable, but still warm. Lower 70s in Galliano. It's 75 degrees in Homa, 72 in Slidell, and upper 60s north of the lake in Macomb. Now today, 92 degrees is my forecast high. Yesterday we saw 93, which is right where we need to be for this time of the season. But I'm only looking for a 20% chance of showers today. Many areas once again will remain dry, still very hot, and today will feature plenty of sunshine. So to take a look at the latest radar scan, again, I'm not tracking any showers. Mostly the showers are over the Gulf of Mexico, so we are starting off dry, and that's going to be the setup throughout the rest of the morning, also the afternoon. If we get any showers, it will be confined mostly along our coastal areas. So to take a quick look at the models here, again, trying to fire up some showers and some storms, I think is a little overdone. It will be mostly dry today. Not a whole lot of clouds. We'll see mostly sunny conditions. And tonight, fairly clear skies before some clouds move into the area tomorrow morning. And tomorrow is actually Labor Day. Now we'll have an upper level low move through the area, and that's actually going to increase our chances for scattered showers and isolated downpours across the area, north and south of the lake, so watch out for those. And then as we head into your Monday evening, Monday night, a few showers are possible in a few spots. But as we head into the overnight hours, we'll see mostly cloudy conditions and things should begin to dry out. Now let's talk about what's going on in the tropics. I am looking at an area of disturbed weather, a tropical wave over portions of the Yucatan Peninsula in Vest 91. It is expected to drift northward into the Gulf of Mexico by midweek. It is moving north-northwest at 5 miles per hour, so it's moving very slowly, and it has winds of 25 miles per hour. Now, the National Hurricane Center has highlighted this area here in the yellow because that's where we're expecting slow development. So it's going to gradually develop in that area. I've been looking at long-range models. A few things are working against this area of concern. We have a lot of dry air in the atmosphere, also wind shear will potentially keep it weak. So again, this particular model shows that area, again, the available moisture with that disturbed weather moving into the Gulf of Mexico as we head into tomorrow night and also Tuesday. It's going to try to organize some, but as I mentioned before, the atmosphere won't be conducive for a whole lot of strengthening. So if it does strengthen into anything, probably a depression, a tropical storm, but it is going to be a rainmaker along the Gulf Coast because we'll have a frontal boundary move through the area Wednesday, and that's going to squeeze that available moisture over portions of the Gulf Coast. So right now we're thinking either southeast Louisiana, stretching into southern Mississippi and Alabama, even the Panhandle could see heavy rain. Again, this is Wednesday into our Thursday. So again, we'll continue to watch it, but you can see the wind shear will be present as that system tries to develop. So it is going to bump up our rain chances as we head into our Tuesday, Wednesday, and also Thursday morning, and we're looking pretty dry as we head into the upcoming weekend. So many areas could potentially get between 1 to 3 inches of rain with locally higher amounts as we head into midweek. Also, we have a hurricane churning in the Atlantic Basin. You could clearly see that well-defined eye, Hurricane Larry. Again, not a threat to any land right now. It is moving to the northwest at 14 miles per hour with maximum wind gusts, or winds rather, of 120 miles per hour. And it looks pretty good on satellite. Again, the projection keeps it out to sea. It's going to hold on to its hurricane status through most of the week, and it looks like it could potentially affect Bermuda as we head into Thursday and also Friday as a major hurricane. Again, not a threat to the Gulf Coast. So here's a look at your 7-day forecast. Hot, not as humid today. Not a whole lot of shower activity expected. Heat advisory in effect, so make sure you're being careful while you're outside. Tomorrow is Labor Day. 91 degrees, partly cloudy skies. Scattered showers will develop across the area, and we're looking at some rain as we head into your Tuesday, Wednesday, and also Thursday.
And Michelle, before you go, I'm always the eternal optimist. Any chance this thing in the Gulf could just fizzle out?
As of right now, Paul, it looks,
Eric,
I mean, I'm
enough.
sorry. It's been Eric, Paulson, and Paul. So yeah, actually the long range models shows it's trying to develop right now.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to be a hurricane. At best, probably a tropical storm, but it could potentially be a rainmaker for us. And of course, we don't need that.
No, we do not. All right, thank you very much. It's 7:17. The Second Harvest Food Bank is trying to get more food to people who are struggling after Hurricane Ida, and the need is huge. Joining us right now is the organization's Communication Director, Jay Weiss. Jay, good to talk to you again. You know, we talked just last week, and the need was so great. You guys have been doing Herculean work for over a year now because you were slammed during the pandemic, and then you add the pandemic and this hurricane. And how many meals you guys doing, and how much need is there?
Eric, just to put it briefly, in a normal year, we would do about 32 million meals. It's in a normal calendar year. Over the last year, since March last year, we've almost doubled that. That's before we get into this hurricane. So COVID-20, the hurricanes, R, Delta, Theta, you know, tens of millions of meals. And now we have this latest hurricane at our doorstep. It's moving on, but the need, as you said, is incredibly great. Our staff has been through a lot personally, but a lot of, you know, we've been through many, many disasters. The last year already has us geared up to respond. So we're doing that right now. They're doing it so well.
And a lot of the folks you have are volunteers. I mean, they have families, they have homes they got to look after, but they're still doing, the meals and things like that.
It's tremendous to see, Eric. We had folks contacting us even before the storm landed, when it was coming in, not quite sure where it was going to go. Our regular volunteers contacting us saying, hey, how can we help? Folks that want to help, go to our website, no-hunger.org. It's all the ways you can help, but also how you can sign up to volunteer, to donate your time. It's really important to get signed up now ahead of time because it's a marathon, not a sprint. We're going to need a lot of help in the days, weeks, and months to come.
Is there a max number of people you need, or the more the better?
The more the better. We'll fill up shifts, and as we say, but we have other opportunities in the community with our partners who are doing distributions. Eric, we have need for other types of volunteers too, in the kitchen with repacking donated products. But say you got somebody in your family retired, it's got warehouse skills, forklift operators, administrative skills. Most organizations like ours during a disaster, and also during regular blue skies, we have need for a lot of different types of volunteers across the organization. Contact us, and if you have a skill set, we will find something to help us out with.
And what's the greatest need you have right now, Jay?
Eric, we so appreciate all the donations across the board, from food, water, hygiene supplies, things like that, diapers especially. But the most efficient way to support us right now is a monetary gift, because we're going to be sending out millions of pounds of food at the end of the day. And that's a lot of truck miles. That's a lot of overtime, a lot of overhead as well. So please consider a donation. Every dollar donated helps provide another 4 meals to somebody in need. That's now and year round. Check out our website, no-hunger.org. That's for the monetary gift. But also we do need those donations of food, water, non-perishable items. And somebody pointed out to me last year, and it didn't occur to me, diaper donations, diapers for both children, babies, and adults as well. We need all these things for all folks of all ages.
And are you guys doing food drives, or do you send out to help other people who are doing food drives, or both?
Great question, Eric. We're setting up to do both with the type of distributions we had last year at Zephyr Field. But what makes us able to respond so immediately is our relationships with our year-round partners and other like city governments, Jefferson Parish, Orleans, to have the points of distributions picked out. They know where they're going to be, coordinate with us. And then when a storm hits and passes, we're right there with the kitchen producing meals and our truck to bring them to those locations. So far, we're somewhere between, I haven't seen the numbers today, somewhere between 600,000 and 750,000 pounds of food and meals and supplies we've sent out in these 5 days or so. And that's going out to so far 107 different distribution locations and sites. So for folks needing help, go to the website, wwltv.com. Very comprehensive list of where to get help there, and we're supporting many of those on the list as well.
And where does the bulk of your funding, your food, your things like that come from?
Well, Eric, for our monetary donations, roughly 3/4 are private donations from folks donating $10, $20 a month, folks who are just dropping off donations, big corporate sponsors, way too many to mention, that have just stepped up and done tremendous help with us over the last few days and throughout the years. But our food especially comes from a variety of partners. We're great partners with the USDA. That's thanks to the American taxpayer, who helps provide about 1/4 to 1/3 of our overall food every year. That's where the USDA helps buy extra product from farmers and sends it directly to food banks like ours and commodities and things like that. Private donations as well with food, local retailers, every grocery store you shop at here locally, all the chains, Rouse's, God bless them, all of the grocery stores and retail locations where you buy food, those folks are also helping us out with donations. And it is a tremendous thing to do. And also people having food drives in their church, with their community and their neighborhood and dropping off things. It's we're able to do what we do because it's such a wide and flexible source, both on our funding, both on the things that are donating and people donating with their time. People have been through this before. They understand things can change at a moment's notice, an hour's notice. So folks are flexible, donors are flexible. And every time we've asked for help on a particular need, people have come through so amazingly. And it's just been, it's a terrible time for everyone, but it's what it brings out in people is a wonderful thing to see.
Yeah, and Jay, because the need is so great right now, I know you guys are super stressed, you're overworked. How soon, like when you have a food drive or you send food to a city council person doing a food drive, how long does that food last? Does it go like that?
Yeah. In terms of like how much food they have at the locations, the bigger pods, points of distribution, they're not going to run out of food right now because they're being sourced by so many different partners like us. It's not just us. Louisiana is sending ice to them and things like that. Other organizations we partner with, like Chef Amy Sins, Operation Barbecue, the folks with so many local organizations as well. So we're all helping out, sending food. We're also coordinating, so we're making sure we're not all sending food to the same place and another site, doing as best we can not to duplicate efforts. But like for instance, if we send something out, a truckload of stuff, say, Eric, dry goods, a truck can hold about 8,000-9,000 pounds of food. If it's a busy center, if it's a busy point of distribution, that can be gone in a few hours. But for the sites listed on wwltv.com that we're supporting, they do have other resources. If you show up with one of these during those hours, you will be able to get some help for your family. What they're giving out between the morning and afternoon may be a little different because it's all dependent on donations and things coming in.
And we talked about just how great the need is. Have you noticed the numbers going up or leveling off since the beginning of the hurricane?
Eric, it's been actually going up very much, and sadly part of that is because as people start to get better communication, to get better access, and folks are coming back in, and the parishes have said not a good time to come back in, even though power's slowly starting to come back on. But we're seeing the need increasing. Folks who have been waiting it out, but went through the couple of days of food that they had, or a few 3 or 4 days of food. And, folks that are getting to the end of the rope there, but they still want to try to stay home. They want to protect their property for whatever reason. They want to stay home. They're coming to these centers and saying, I never thought I'd be in this situation, but I need help for my family and for my neighbors too.
All right, Jay, give us your, if people want to donate, just give us that website again.
Eric, thank you so much. It's no-hunger.org, no-hunger.org. Just Google us up. Google up Second Harvest Food Bank New Orleans or Second Harvest Food Bank Lafayette. We're there as well. You can drop off donations there as well.
Okay, Jay, thank you very much, and you guys are doing great work out there.
Thank you, Eric.
Yeah, you love to see all the work that Second Harvest is doing. A reminder here, Eyewitness News wants to make sure that you can find the information you need as you recover from Ida. You can text the number associated with your parish listed on your screen now to 504-529-4444. We'll respond with a link to specific information like road conditions, power status, and more. This information is also available on our app as well as our website. That, of course, wwltv.com, and we'll be right back. LSU football faced a tough task last night. They opened the season on the road after spending all week practicing in Houston due to Hurricane Ida. The Tigers played at UCLA, and the game did not go very well at all. After staying close for the first 3 quarters, UCLA built an 18-point lead. In the 4th quarter, the Bruins would go on to pull off the upset 38-27. This likely means LSU will fall out of the top 25 rankings, and another tough season may be on the way. The Tigers will host McNeese next Saturday in Baton Rouge. Tulane football also started off the season with a loss yesterday, but it was a valiant effort against Oklahoma. The Green Wave almost pulled off the upset against the 2nd-ranked Sooners. This was supposed to be a home game for Tulane, but it was moved to Norman due to Hurricane Ida. The Wave trailed by 18 heading into the 4th quarter, but they cut the lead down to 5 points and even had the ball in the final minutes with a chance to win. Unfortunately, Tulane's upset bid fell short, 40-35.
Really proud of the effort. Obviously, we didn't come down here to play close. Thought we could have won the game. We would have played better in the first half. I think we would have had a much better opportunity to do it. But we're going to be able to watch the tape and build on it.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of the Hurricane Ida aftermath.
Good morning, and thanks for sticking with us on the Eyewitness Morning News. I'm Paul Dudley, and you know, if there's any silver lining to this, I never work with Eric Paulson, so this is rare.
I could hardly sleep last night thinking about coming to work in with you two guys.
Oh, you were nervous, huh?
I was so nervous. Anyway, what I am nervous about is this thing we're watching in the Gulf. We're dealing with all this heat. In a normal time, a little rain would be good. It'd cool things down, but we just don't need it now because people have roofs that are, you know, have holes in them and stuff like that. People are trying to clean up. It's just not what we need.
Yeah, we don't need any of it right now. A lot of us were still nervous about what's going on, but we'll talk about what's going on in the tropics in a moment. But once again, we're dealing with the dangerous heat across southeast Louisiana. Another heat advisory in effect. Even though the humidity values are somewhat tolerable, we just have just enough humidity in the atmosphere for the feels-like temperatures to climb into the triple digits. So again, make sure you're continuing to practice heat safety. A lot of us were still without power. Drink a lot of water. Be very careful. Pay attention to your body. Again, if you feel like you're dizzy, make sure you're taking a break from whatever you're doing. Dew points not too bad. Upper 60s north of the lake, mid to lower 70s south of the lake, and temperatures are actually starting off cool in a few spots. Lower 70s in Slidell, Hammond, and 73 degrees in Galliano, 75 in Homa, so not too bad. Temperatures will climb into the lower 90s today, so it's going to be hot, just not as humid. And today will feature plenty of sunshine and not a whole lot of rain in the forecast, so that's going to help some. I know a lot of us, our roofs are damaged because of Ida, so that's pretty good there. We won't be dealing with a whole lot of rain. Again, it's going to be hot. Tonight looks fairly quiet under mainly clear skies, and those overnight temperatures falling into the upper 70s, lower 80s in a few areas. As we take a look at the radar scan, I'm not tracking any showers in the entire area. We are starting off dry, so that is great news. So there's that spot I was talking about right behind me over the Yucatan Peninsula. We'll go into detail on what's going on with that spot coming up in a bit. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much. Now more to a shocking story about seniors living in a senior facility here in New Orleans. We learned last night the city evacuated 10 senior living facilities on Friday and Saturday and found 5 of those seniors dead. The city was making wellness checks on the facilities and found the conditions inside those buildings to be, quote, unfit. This is the latest example of how places that house senior citizens continue to struggle to care for them with a lack of air conditioning because of the power outages caused by Hurricane Ida. Councilman J.H. Banks said he visited one of the facilities that had to be evacuated.
There did not seem to be anyone in charge. There did not seem to be a lot of people that can answer questions, and those folks have been in the dark and in the heat since the power went out. But the truth of the matter being is that there needs to be a plan to make sure that that never, ever happens again. So it was just a horrendous situation, and we were successful, and I commend the administration for moving so quickly. They got buses there. We got them out. We got them. Those that wanted to be evacuated were evacuated, and those that had relatives that they wanted to go to left. But no one should have been in that building in the condition that it was in, and it's just inhumane to have folks that have been in that situation like that. And to have nobody in charge was even more it's ridiculous. And the truth of the matter is we only know what we know, and I wish someone had reached out before they actually called to tell us just how bad that was so we could have reacted to it sooner.
Well, you said that you had seen the conditions they were in. Can you describe exactly kind of what the facility was like when you went inside and which particular facility you went in? I know there were multiple.
I went into Flint, and it literally was so hot in there that everything I had on literally from top to bottom was damp. It was that hot in the building. And I don't know what the actual temperature was. There was no thermometer, but I'm guaranteeing you that it was enough to make anybody in there soaking wet being in there, and they had been in there for a long time.
Yeah, it is horrible to hear about the treatment of those elderly people and then the ones up in Tangipahoa Parish. The city said the evacuated residents have been looked after by local physicians, and some have been taken to shelters in North Louisiana. Others have been taken to hospitals for treatment there.
Now to St. Tammany Parish, where the lights are coming on much faster than other parts of southeast Louisiana. As of yesterday, CLECO had restored power to about 74% of its customers. In the meantime, people across the parish are still cleaning up from damage. Jordan Hallington is live in St. Tammany Parish. Good morning to you, Jordan. Where exactly are you and what are you seeing?
Hey, good morning. Yeah, so we are in Slidell right now. We are, bear with me, we're not from here, so we're still trying to get our bearings around here. But we are, have spoken with many people who have lived in St. Tammany Parish, who's, some of them have had minimal damage. Others, their whole lives have been turned upside down. So go ahead and take a look at this home in Covington. A neighbor tells us the family living here was home when Ida hit. Luckily, they were able to get out safely. And you could see the debris lines the streets in Covington still, in this Covington neighborhood. Many are still left without power, though the crews are working very hard and quickly to get that restored. And it could be up to 9 days for some people to get their power back. So people are doing just what they can right now just to survive.
Mainly just dealing with getting gas, keeping the generators running so we don't lose the items in the refrigerator and the freezer.
Now today, Peninsula Pacific Entertainment will have relief stations in 2 St. Tammany Parish locations from 9 a.m. until noon, and those are Claiborne Hills Shopping Center in Covington and Madisonville Junior High. Now the company tells us they have distributed about 50,000 meals in the past 3 days. They've given out water and ice, and they say that they have shifted these locations and picked these new locations for this distribution site to better help those in harder hit areas. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Jordan. All of southeast Louisiana felt Hurricane Ida's impact 1 week ago today, especially in towns on the coast like Grand Isle.
And it is hard to believe it's been a week because it seems like it was a month ago.
It does.
It's been a long, long week. Our Ton Trong traveled by boat to Grand Isle yesterday to give us another perspective on the widespread damage there.
Our journey to Grand Isle to see the devastation by Hurricane Ida starts here in Lafitte. And this is what's greeting us here at the start of the trip.
Leaving Lower Lafitte, we see what's left in the wake of Ida. Next, we travel through Bayou Barataria. Roughly 50 minutes later, we approach Grand Isle. It's part of Jefferson Parish Councilman Ricky Template's district.
Pretty bad shape. You and I came through Lafitte to get here. I will tell you, it's emotional. It's devastation. It's sadness for the people within this community.
Then we hit the ground. Some camps, which were built under stricter building codes, held up remarkably well against the Category 4 hurricane. Others have been shredded to a shell of their old self.
It's estimated that every building on this island suffered some level of damage. 40% of the structures here were wiped clean, and the remaining 40% have to be demolished.
The superintendent of JP Public Schools traveled here to inspect Grand Isle's lone school. He's been assessing school damages in other parts of the parish. So far, there's not much that makes him confident about reopening schools anytime soon.
It's going to be tough to develop a timeline with so many variables to account for. I think our primary focus is to make sure that we get people back in safely and not rush them back in, but then at the same time, too, giving them an opportunity to assess their own personal damage.
The damage seems to worsen as we ride toward the western end of the island. The storm surge blew out patches of the so-called burrito level.
You can see how much sand was on the roadway here.
Shoving sand and water into homes, businesses, and camps, including lawn disorder. David Russo and Denise Alamond are the owners.
It was very emotional coming on the island. I've never seen it this way, and I've been close here my whole life. I grew up in La Rose, about 35 miles up the road. So we always came as children, and I'd never seen anything that looked like this.
We were here for Katrina, and Katrina was bad, but it wasn't as bad. This was really hit harder than we expected.
Despite all the devastation, they're already plotting out their future.
On Sunday, when we realized that we were pretty much going to have a direct hit, we had to have some really hard conversations.
Yeah.
But we knew we were coming back. We did.
Oh yeah, we were coming back, and we're gonna build back strong.
Before Ida, about 1,000 people lived here. And while this couple is planning to rebuild, they wonder how many of their neighbors will do the same. In Grand Isle, Tan Trung, Eyewitness News.
Yeah, it's really tough down there. Jefferson Parish is still under a curfew as progress is slowly being made to restore the power and the sewer and water service to homes and businesses.
Right now, there are about 160,000 Entergy customers without power in JP. Parish President Cynthia Lee Shang shared this message last night for residents who are still trying to decide whether or not to return home.
If you are uncomfortable and you cannot live without electricity, without internet, we still have low water pressure, we're under a boil water advisory still, or if you have health issues that any of these issues might exacerbate your problems, we need you to stay away for a bit longer. Fortunately, schools have told us that they're not going to open next week, the Catholic school and the public school system. So if you can afford to be away and life, again, we're putting it back together day by day, and we're trying to give you all the information that you need to make your own decisions. And we do make advances every day, but this is the reason for these briefings, is to give you as much real-time information as possible for you to make your personal decisions. My family is still away. My family is still going to stay away for a few more days. I tell them to touch base with me every day, but my family still is, my recommendation is that they're still away. And they want to come home, but I'm asking them to still stay away.
Entergy's estimated time for power restoration in Metairie, Kenner, and the West Bank is Wednesday, September 8th.
Also in Jefferson, the sheriff's office has made an arrest in that deadly shooting at a gas station in Metairie. It happened Friday night when people were lined up, as they are at so many gas stations, to fill their cars up. 20-year-old Walter Scipio is now facing murder charges. The sheriff's office said he shot and killed another man who confronted him about cutting in line. According to the JPSO, the sheriff, Joe Lapinto, Scipio went back to his car after being confronted about getting in line, grabbed a gun, and shot Dwayne Nasaka to death. Nasaka died at the hospital. Scipio turned himself in to authorities a few hours later. He has a bond of $500,000. Sheriff Lapinto says the alleged shooter, tried to claim self-defense, but there were no signs of a physical argument between the two men.
New Orleans has started offering free public transportation to state-run Hurricane Ida shelters. RTA is picking up people there from several facilities and taking them to a safe place until more power restorations and repairs are made.
Yeah, residents can be picked up from places like nursing homes and apartment complex. The service is from 8 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon. That's every day. And if you'd like to go on to one of the state-run shelters, you have 3 options. You can go to one of those these local locations, these pickup locations. We have a full list of them on our website, wwltv.com, and of course on our mobile app.
You can also take an RTA bus to the convention center or take a coach bus directly to one of these shelters. If you are in a senior living facility, though, you will need to call 311 to be picked up, and we'll be right back with more in a minute.
Alrighty, it's now 7:50 and we are starting off dry across southeast Louisiana. A few spotty showers over the Gulf, and that's about it. Southern Mississippi starting off dry too. Today, not a whole lot of rain in the forecast. Again, we had a weak boundary slide through Friday. It's going to keep our dew points in the upper 60s, lower 70s in a few spots. But again, we still have enough humidity in the atmosphere for a heat advisory to go into effect. So even though temperatures climbing into the lower 90s today, the heat indices will feel like 100 to 105 degrees for pretty much the entire area. So you know the deal. Just make sure you're being careful while you're working outside and inside. Many of us were still without power. And you can see the dew points are in the lower 70s, upper 60s in a few spots, and temperatures are starting off not too bad. Lower 70s in Hammond, upper 60s in Macomb. It's 72 in Bogalusa, good morning, and 75 in Homa as well as Galliano. Now today, your planning forecast, temperatures are going to rise quickly into the lower 90s. We'll have abundant sunshine today, not a whole lot of cloud cover. So those temperatures climbing to the lower 90s, it's going to feel like the triple digits, and also our rain chances will remain pretty low throughout the afternoon. And again, as we take a look at the water vapor imagery, there's that dry air kind of sitting over the area. It will be with us throughout the entire day before another front moves through, and that's actually going to increase our rain chances as we head into tomorrow. And tomorrow is actually Labor Day, so scattered showers are in the forecast tomorrow. But I'm tracking another frontal boundary that will slide through the area as we head into our Thursday. And notice our dew points could potentially be in the upper 50s and lower 60s as we head into the upcoming weekend. So as we take a look at a few models, putting it into play this afternoon, a few spotty showers are possible, mainly along our coastal areas. I do think many of us will remain dry. Tonight looks fairly nice, partly cloudy conditions, dry, and then tomorrow morning, starting off dry in a few spots. We'll start seeing those clouds continue to build over the area, but as we get that daytime heating, a few showers, isolated downpours are possible across the area extending into southern Mississippi, so watch out for those. Again, we're not looking at widespread rain, scattered showers at best, but some of us could get quick heavy downpours as we head into Monday afternoon, and then Monday night looking fairly nice, dry, partly cloudy skies. Now, again, all the buzz has been about this tropical wave now sitting over the Yucatan Peninsula. It is expected to emerge into the Gulf of Mexico later on today. Invest 91L. We're investigating this area of disorganized showers and storms, and it is moving to the north-northwest at 2 miles per hour. It's barely moving, so it's moving very slowly. We have winds at 25 miles per hour, so that's the latest information on that area. But it is forecast to gradually develop as it heads into the Gulf of Mexico by midweek. The National Hurricane Center has put a 30% chance of development, so it's a low chance as we head into Tuesday and also Friday. And here's the area that we're expecting it to gradually develop. Now, and there's also a major hurricane stirring out into the Atlantic Basin. We'll talk about that shortly. But here's what we're thinking. This model, it shows this area moving into the Gulf of Mexico as we head into Monday night and also Tuesday. A lot of things will be working against it. We have dry air. Also, we have a good amount of wind shear that should keep it weak, but it's, as of right now, looks like it is going to be a rainmaker for portions along the Gulf Coast rather. And then there's going to be a frontal boundary that's going to push in from the north, and that is actually going to nudge that moisture off to the east. So as we head into our Wednesday, also Thursday, we're looking at heavy rain in a few spots, and there's that wind shear I was talking about. So it's going to bump up our rain chances Tuesday, Wednesday, into our Thursday, and some areas could potentially get between 1 to 3 inches of rain with locally higher amounts. So we'll continue to watch it. At best, it could potentially become a tropical depression or a tropical storm. So it could potentially get a name, and the next name on the list is Mindy. So again, we'll continue to watch it. So here's your 7-day forecast. Heat advisory up today, mostly sunny conditions, not a whole lot of rain, less humidity. Tomorrow, scattered showers are possible. Tomorrow's Labor Day, 91. And we're looking for that tropical moisture as we head into your Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
All right, Michelle, thanks very much. Right now, we're at 7:54, almost 7:55. FEMA says it's gotten a record number of applications for aid following Hurricane Ida.
Yeah, many applicants who are still waiting to get the much needed assistance tell us this process has not been easy. Candace Charles tells us about some things you should keep in mind before you apply.
Everything is soaked.
Brandy Bourgeois fled her home in Jefferson Parish the day before Hurricane Ida made landfall. Friday was the first time in nearly a week that she was able to return home.
There's just no way to live here, and I don't know where we're going to live.
A peeled off roof, water damage, mold. It's what's left of her home. She says she filed insurance claims Saturday before Ida hit, but with a host of uncertainty in that process, she applied for FEMA assistance Monday.
Applying was not easy. Just making your password was not easy.
The next day, she found that she was denied, but was approved for $500 in miscellaneous funds. She has yet to see that money and knows it won't be enough to support her family.
I have kids that are counting on me. I don't know what to tell them. I try not to let them see me cry, but I don't know what to tell them.
Now Bourgeois is one of hundreds of thousands waiting for FEMA funding. Many applicants were denied, but to the immigrant community, just being an applicant is a privilege many of them are not provided.
It's the same thing that everyone's going through, but they're not going to get a FEMA check. They're not going to get their hotels reimbursed.
Alfredo Salazar and Rachel Tabor of Union Migrante have been helping immigrants impacted by Hurricane Ida, the organization that's transported evacuees to Panama City. But with many immigrant evacuees lacking a social security card, they're unable to apply for financial assistance, no matter how bad they may need it.
We're seeing again a government system that favors the rich and leaves behind the poor and those who are undocumented. The homes are not in good condition, and it's very easy that a strong wind can cause massive damage.
You can see how we're living right now. Maria de Los Angeles Hijole is living in such a house.
My biggest concern is for my kids.
She and her children stayed behind in New Orleans because even if they got a ride out of the parish, they wouldn't be able to sustain themselves. And she's unable to get FEMA assistance.
Ayuden, ya que hemos sufrido bastante. Look at the situation we're living in.
She says she helped rebuild New Orleans as a hurricane relief worker after Hurricane Katrina. And now she's asking FEMA for help.
Nosotros hemos ayudado back on its feet, and it's heartbreaking that now the city doesn't want to return the favor and support the immigrant community.
A little assistance is all these families are asking for after enduring such a horrific disaster.
They're asking for help.
Please, we need help.
Candace Charles, Eyewitness News.
And if you have a home or other property that was damaged by the hurricane, you can apply online for FEMA assistance. The website to go to is disasterassistance.gov, disasterassistance.gov, or you can always call the number on your screen. It's 800-621-3362. Easy way to remember that. It's 800-621-FEMA.
You also want to remember to have a few items on hand to apply. This includes your Social Security number, a general list of damages and losses, as well as your address at the time of the disaster and the address where you are currently staying right now. You will also need to provide a current phone number where you can be contacted by FEMA, and we will be right back.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of the Hurricane Ida aftermath.
Good morning. Thanks for sticking with us on the Eyewitness Morning News. I'm Paul Dudley.
And I'm Eric Paulson. We're going to speak to the Terrebonne Parish President, Gordon Dove, coming up in a few minutes. He'll share some of the insight on Terrebonne Parish, which really took the full brunt of the storm, and the recovery efforts going on down in that region.
Really so bad across southeast Louisiana, especially in our coastal areas. But first, let's get joined now by our local weather expert, Michelle Morgan, who has a quick look at your forecast. Not a bad day to start the cleanup process, but we're still worried about this rainmaker system that you've been talking about.
Yeah, we're still looking at this area of concern over the Yucatan Peninsula that could potentially bring some rain to the area as we head into our Wednesday. But right now, not a bad start to the day. I'm not tracking any rain, so it is fairly quiet across the area, but it's going to be another hot one. A heat advisory goes into effect in about 2 hours for that parish is highlighted in orange. So even though we are dealing with less humid air, just enough humidity in the atmosphere to bring our feels-like temperatures into the triple digits. So just stay careful or be careful while you're outside today working on things. So dew points are in the upper 70s or lower 70s north of the lake, upper 70s south of the lake, and temperatures 73 in Hammond, 74 in Slidell, 80 degrees in Kenner, and mid to upper 70s in Houma and Galliano. Good morning to you all. So your planning forecast today will feature plenty of sunshine. It's going to get hot quickly. We're looking at lower 90s as we head into the afternoon hours. And once again, just like yesterday, not a whole lot of rain in the forecast. Again, I'm only looking for a 20% coverage of showers and isolated downpours. Again, mainly confined along our coastal areas. So real quick, I do want to touch on what's going on in the tropics. I know this got a few people, or a lot of people, really nervous. This tropical wave we're looking at, Invest 91L. Long-range models do take it into the Gulf of Mexico through the week, and it's going to struggle to organize. A lot of things will be working against it. It is moving slowly north-northwest at 2 miles per hour, and we have winds at 25 miles per hour. It's an area of disorganized showers and storms. It's not going to do much today and tomorrow, and the National Hurricane Center has a 30% chance of development in the next 5 days or so. You could see that highlighted area in yellow. So that's where we're expecting it to try to organize, but wind shear will be present, and also dry air will also be present. I don't think this is going to organize much as it gets closer to us, but as of right now, it looks like it could potentially be a rainmaker for portions along the southeast Louisiana, southern Mississippi. So we'll continue to watch it, but right now, today and tomorrow, not really a concern. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Michelle. 8:03, and Pope Francis is thinking about us here in Louisiana in the aftermath of Hurricane Ida. About 30 minutes ago, he tweeted, quote, "I assure my prayers for the people of the United States of America who have been hit by a strong hurricane in recent days. May the Lord receive the souls of the deceased and sustain those suffering from this calamity."
The Lafourche Parish Sheriff's Office just posted an update on social media. They're advising anyone who plans to return home to bring everything you'll need with you when you get down to Lafourche, because supplies are very scarce. They're giving away MREs, ice, and water at the sites you can see on your screen today. Gasoline is also in short supply, with people saying they've had to wait hours in line just to get gas. They say, for the most part, the parish has no power, no running water, and cell service is nearly non-existent. There's a curfew from 7 at night till 6 in the morning. There's also a boil water in place, as well as a burn ban and a ban on alcohol sales. Debris removal started Friday in Lafourche. Just make sure to make separate piles for metal, tree debris, and things like household appliances.
Well, it has been 1 week since Hurricane Ida slammed into the Louisiana coast, and parts of the metro New Orleans area are still without power, but a huge section of the area could regain electricity today. Asha Staples is live with more on some of these restoration times. Asha, any idea when most of the city is going to be able to get the lights back on?
Well, they say by at least Wednesday, much of the area is expected to see restoration. So we do have a list of locations and dates on our website for you guys to be able to check out where you live and where you can expect when your power will be restored. You should also sign up for their text service. I know I received a text message this past Friday letting me know in my area where I will be getting power, and they did say Wednesday. So fingers crossed for that. But there are it is going to be some time for the power to be restored for much parts of our region. But the New Orleans City Council President, Helena Morena, sent a letter to Energy CEO Deanna Rodriguez asking that the energy provider to not pass the cost of its recovery efforts to its residents here in the city of New Orleans. Moreno says the city wants to help Entergy cover recovery costs using state and federal assistance instead, as well as a storm reserve fund set up after Hurricane Katrina, which now has about $39 million in it. So this will be very good for our residents who are already struggling to get by during this time. Moreno also asked Entergy for a report on the best way to avoid passing on those costs to ratepayers, but the progress has been undeniable. Entergy reports power is now back to about 300,000 of its 900,000 customers who lost it in Louisiana during Hurricane Ida. That's because the utility was able to restore 6 of the 8 main transmission lines feeding high voltage power into southeast Louisiana. So that's good news as well as far as those restoration efforts concerned. We did hear from the governor about all of this planning for recovery, including the restoration of power. This is what he had to say.
Electricity is one of the biggest challenges that we have across southeast Louisiana. We know that, and depending on the damage to the infrastructure, the transmission lines, the distribution lines, as well as the generation capabilities, there's not an even rate of restoration going on, and that's always going to be the case. And I'm always happy to see people getting powered up, and some people are going to be quite a while.
So still some ways to go, of course, but those power estimates can be off just a little bit. It just depends on the crewmen and their assessments when they do go to those hard-hit areas. Again, we do have a timeline on our website for you to see where you live and where that power restoration is supposed to happen in your area. Again, that is on WWLTV.com. For now, reporting live in Uptown, Asha Staples, Eyewitness News.
All right, thank you so much, Asha. The Bayou Community Foundation is holding several fuel gas giveaways for people in Terrebonne and Lafourche parishes. Today's event is in Golden Meadow at the Go Pass customer service site. That's opening starting at 8 o'clock today and Monday. More fuel giveaways are planned for this coming week in Houma and Montague. People can get up to 20 gallons of fuel per vehicle. You can also fill up your gas cans for your generator. The fuel giveaways will also stay open as long as they have fuel to give out.
And in Terrebonne Parish, they are feeling the effects of Hurricane Ida for a week after. It'll be months before they really get things even close to normal down there. Joining us now on the phone is Parish President Gordon Dove. Gordon, thank you for joining us this morning. You guys, Lafourche and some other parishes, really took the brunt of this storm. This was your Katrina.
Yes, especially the Bayou communities to the south. Houma, Louisiana to the north had substantial damage without a doubt, but it didn't take the brunt. I mean, it took the brunt. It just the damage is more visible to the south. Right now in Terrebonne Parish, we have water to about half of Terrebonne Parish, if not more. Our water system is 100% ongoing. We just have some mains that are broken that the Waterworks is repairing as we go. We are supposed to get our interconnect to the transmission line with Entergy into Terrebonne from the west this Thursday, and so we'll the first two things is the power. We'll get the water plant off a generator and Terrebonne General Hospital off a generator, and that's the first two connections we make, and then we start powering everyone more to the west or north of the intercoastal, because those lines for some reason really held a lot better than even though we were sustaining winds of 150 miles an hour throughout Terrebonne Parish, even to the north Terrebonne. These poles are more populated areas, more dense areas, so that we didn't lose as many poles to the north of the intercoastal like we did to the south.
Yeah, and in the southern part of Terrebonne Parish, I mean, it was flood surge, wind, rain, everything.
No, sir, we didn't have a flood surge. Our levels were
really?
fine.
That's good. No, but I mean, as far as over some of the marshlands, things like that.
Over the marshlands, yeah. What happened when it hit Lafourche Parish? It came in with a 14-foot surge, which I think is the largest surge in Louisiana besides Katrina that's ever. We've never had over a 9.5 foot surge between Terrebonne and Lafourche. So that, but Terrebonne ended up with some of the surge to our southeast. But the biggest thing we had was what they call a reverse head, which is coming from the north. And it was clocked at 185 miles an hour by one of the big marine vessels that was moored here, and the average was 155 from the north. So that was
you were getting it both ways
south,
then.
and then it switched to the north.
You were getting it both ways.
And we were on the eye wall, so we didn't get the eye break. I mean, we were right on the edge of it, and so we sustained about 20 inches of rain, but there was we don't have one house reported flooded, which, that's half the equation. Now, the wind did its toll. It's the wind was just unbelievable. I mean, trailers just blew up. So, and how we didn't sustain one fatality, God bless, we didn't have one fatality reported as to this date that was caused by the hurricane.
Well, if there's any silver lining, that's a good one.
People heeded our warning and got out of trailers.
And let me ask you this. Now, I've heard reports that up to 60% of homes in Terrebonne Parish unlivable right now.
How much?
60%.
Oh, no. We probably down. You probably unlivable. The permanently unlivable, probably 10-15%.
Okay.
Roof damage, 60-70%, if not 80%.
Okay.
You probably have a lot of major roof repairs, probably 30%. Yes.
Yeah.
But no. Most of the homes destroyed was to the south. In 2006, when the state of Louisiana adopted this building code, so anything built after 2006 sustained because it was built to hurricane strength.
Yeah.
With
the higher standards on building.
Impact glass, etc., and straps and what have you. And that's the best thing the state of Louisiana ever did. They learned the lesson after Katrina, and so naturally, most of your new houses are from what I call from the intercoastal to the north. So that's why this isn't sustained as bad of damages like the older homes did. And a lot of older homes held up. I mean, we had tremendously a big amount of homes, but there's a lot of roof damage, and there are some homes destroyed. But there's a lot of trailers that just completely destroyed, and thank goodness people got out of that, which was because they wouldn't have lived. I mean, trailers just flipped upside down, so they wouldn't have lived through it.
Yeah, and I've got a lot of friends in Houma, and they were saying it's just awful down there. Do you guys have any power, and what's the water situation in Terrebonne?
What's that?
Do you have any power at all, and what's the water situation right now in the parish?
Okay, we have a backup power plant for about 14,000 of our 45,000 homes. Terrebonne Parish is about 115,000 people with 45,000 homes, and we have water to probably 24,000 homes right now, and there is no power in it. Well, there's no power in the Terrebonne, but I think we along the edges of Terrebonne, closer to St. Mary, I think some people are being powered off some substations from there. But there's actually the electricity is going to interconnect this Thursday, is what Entergy is telling me.
Well, let's hope so. And what is the biggest need you guys have down there right now?
Okay, I went ahead and we're opening up as many convenience stores as we can. We've even brought generators and hooked them up ourselves if they have gasoline at these convenience stores. So we're trying to get the convenience stores up and running for the distribution of gasoline. Two major supermarkets we were able that was open, Rouse's and Canada's. So where we can get food distribution and groceries. We have, I saw Popeyes open to the north of Terrebonne, so that's a good sign. And some restaurants are opening tomorrow if they have a generator, but they don't have power. And our water, really, the Waterworks has done a good job of getting it back on. My biggest need right now is housing for the people who have lost their houses, and also for the public works and our people with the parish that lost the house, so it's going to be a while for their house to be repaired. So we're looking at FEMA and the National Guard on housing, and we do have an emergency room that has been at Terrebonne General that is a tent that was set up. So we do have emergency room capability back, thanks to Phyllis people, they're the folks at Terrebonne General. Because Terrebonne General sustained a lot of roof damage. See, our backup generator plant in Terrebonne was severely damaged, the roof and the boilers. So normally we would just start that up and we'd have power to 14,000 homes pretty quick.
Yeah.
But that is going to need a lot of repair.
Gordon, I'm running out of time, but about how many people are still living in Terrebonne?
Do what?
How many people are still living down there? What percentage?
You mean right now?
Yeah.
Or before
No, right now.
If I had to guess, we probably, out of 115,000 people, we probably have 25,000 people here.
Okay, so still
and that's a guess, but I think it's accurate. And a lot of people fixing their homes. A lot of tarps. Tarps are going up fast. The National Guard, we're giving them out. We're getting tarps to protect people. A lot of shingle damage, and like I say, to the south, a lot more damage to the southern part of Terrebonne Parish.
All right, and of course,
no water damage from flooding or tidals. So everything we built worked, and we were really happy about that.
Okay.
That's the only thing we were happy about, but at least we're not fooling with floodwaters.
But we probably have lost some marshland. You guys have been losing marshland for decades now.
Oh yeah, your Barry Islands are probably tore up pretty good. All the Barry Islands along that area here, Terrebonne, Lafourche, and Barataria. Of course, Grand Isle. You know what happened there?
Yeah.
They took a hard beating, and we met with the President Biden. What's the date today? Thursday, and they assured us that everything we asked for was gonna be coming,
okay.
And so we hope that happened. And when FEMA director was there, Cedric Richmond and Steve Scalise.
All right.
Very good meeting, productive, about an hour long, and me and Archie Chasson, Chet Chasson from Fouchon, and the mayor of Lafitte was in there with myself, and everyone asked what their area needed, and they took it, and I think it was a very productive meeting, and with President Biden and Scalise and Cedric Richmond.
All right, Gordon.
And the head of FEMA.
All right, thank you very much, and you guys just keep hanging in down there.
And please, thank you for keeping the public informed.
All right, our pleasure. Thank you, Gordon.
And speaking of FEMA is setting up shop in St. Bernard Parish today. They're going to be on the ground going into communities that have been hit hard by Ida. Joining us this morning is John Mills from FEMA. So, John, can you just tell us a little bit more about what y'all are doing in St. Bernard Parish today?
Hey, good morning, and thanks for having me. So we're at Goche Elementary School, and this is one of our disaster survivor assistance teams set up here. And we're doing this in more than 20 different locations to help people get registered for assistance. Yesterday, we flew one of our disaster survivor assistance teams, thanks to the Louisiana National Guard, on a Black Hawk helicopter to Port Sulphur in Plaquemines Parish. That area is cut off because of severe flooding on Louisiana State Highway 23. We're sending that team back there today. We were registering first responders and residents for FEMA disaster assistance. FEMA's already approved more than $165 million in grants that have been distributed to survivors across Louisiana. We want to continue to hear from people, so we're bringing these disaster survivor assistance teams directly to the residents who've been affected by Ida at the request of local emergency management and the state. So as parishes make requests to the state, FEMA is trying to support state requests. We have more than 20 disaster survivor assistance teams across the area. They're not staying in one location for a long period of time. So if you want to find out where one is in your location, please check with your local officials. They'll be able to give you that information. For example, the one here at Goche Elementary School in St. Bernard, opening this morning around 9. It's going to stay open probably until about 5. And we're going to see how many people need this facility, and that will help determine how long we keep these open. Once we have registered and helped people apply in each location, we're going to work closely with the state to decide where these registration locations need to go next. So these are primarily for people who need some assistance getting registered.
And John, I understand that you're in St. Bernard and you've been in Plaquemines. Are there other locations where people can go to get help from FEMA?
Yes, we're at more than 20 different locations today. And so check with your local emergency management and they'll be sure to let you know where those locations are. They're moving so quickly and we're working very closely with local officials and the state. Check with your local officials for the exact locations of everything.
And John, we just aired a story probably about 20 minutes ago where we had interviewed a few people who were having trouble with the online process of getting help from FEMA. Any tips that you have for people to get through this process online?
Well, first of all, it's important to stay in touch with your insurance provider. I would keep trying disasterassistance.gov. If you're having trouble there, call us on the phone at 800-621-3362, 800-621-3362. And I also want to say, if you don't have serious damage and you don't have serious needs, we've been hearing a lot of good stories about people who don't have major damage. They might not have flooding damage. So please, if you don't have critical immediate needs related to the storm, you may not need FEMA individual assistance grants. We're trying to help people with serious immediate needs. Their houses have been destroyed. Their houses have been seriously damaged. They can't live there. They need to relocate right away. So that's the $165 million in grants we've provided so far to help people with those critical immediate needs related to Hurricane Ida. And part of that is we're deploying emergency communications vehicles like this one throughout the really hard management, reestablish temporary communications, and also to disaster survivor assistance teams to get people into the system, and then they can even look them up and see the status of their case. So we can work one-on-one with people, with the survivors where they are. So if you see one of these vehicles set up and you haven't heard from your local emergency management, just cautiously walk up to one of them and see if this is a disaster survivor assistance team location. And if it's not, there might be one nearby, so check with your local officials.
And John, we had a reporter in St. John Parish yesterday. She was walking the neighborhoods and talking to people. I know that you guys have distribution sites where you're giving out supplies and telling people about the FEMA assistance, but some of these folks do not have vehicles to get to those distribution sites. What would you recommend for those people?
So the distribution sites, generally, those are not run by FEMA. Those are run by local governments and the state of Louisiana. There are locally available resources such as transportation that many communities are providing. For example, in the city of New Orleans, transportation is being provided to some of these facilities, and Uber and Lyft have special codes, and those companies are giving people free rides in many cases to get to emergency locations. We're still very focused on life-saving and life-sustaining operations right now. So a lot of people are stepping up to the plate to provide assistance for people who really urgently need help right now. And another example is that FEMA mission assigned the Department of Health and Human Services to open that medical needs shelter at the Montreal Convention Center. So that's one way we're supporting a request from the city of New Orleans that went to the state, and FEMA was asked to help support it. And that's how we did it, working with our other federal partners and the Louisiana National Guard and our logistics team to help get it set up.
And how long do you plan on being in Louisiana?
Well, unfortunately, Hurricane Ida was just a record storm in so many different ways. So FEMA is going to be here for the long haul. We're not in charge. FEMA is here to support the state of Louisiana and the governor's priorities for response and recovery. So we're actively doing that. Unfortunately, though, this recovery is going to be measured in months and years and not in days or weeks.
John Mills with FEMA, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
And we'll be right back with more in a minute.
Alrighty, it's now 8:28. It's Sunday, and it's a quiet start to our day across the area. I'm not tracking any showers, so we're starting off dry across southeast Louisiana and southern Mississippi, and we will remain mainly dry throughout the day, but it's going to be hot. Heat advisory goes into effect in about an hour and a half. So even though we have lower humidity values across the area, just enough humidity in the atmosphere to bring our feels-like temperatures into the triple digits today. So it's going to feel like 100 to 105 degrees for many areas across southeast Louisiana and also portions of southern Mississippi. So continue to practice heat safety while you're outside. Many of us were still without power, so make sure you're staying hydrated. Temperatures starting off in the mid to upper 70s in many areas, lower 80s out in Kenner, good morning, and 80 in Galliano. 75 in Homa and 78 degrees in Slidell. So it's going to be hot. Temperatures climbing into the lower 90s, and today is going to feature plenty of sunshine. I'm only looking for a 20% coverage for some showers, but many of us will remain dry through the day. And it's all thanks to a weak boundary that moved through the area Friday. So it's stationary right now, and that's going to hold on to that drier air throughout the rest of the day before the humidity cranks up tomorrow, and also scattered showers and isolated downpours back in the forecast tomorrow afternoon. So dew points are looking okay, but as we head into next week, another front's going to move through the area, and that is going to drop our dew points into the upper 60s or upper 50s, lower 60s in many spots. So today, a few pop-up showers are are possible. Many of us are dry. Tomorrow is Labor Day, starting off dry, but things really starting to ramp up across the area, across southeast Louisiana, extending into southern Mississippi as we get that daytime heating. So isolated downpours are possible, as well as thunderstorms. And then Monday night looking fairly dry under mostly cloudy skies. So we've been keeping an eye on this area. Tropical wave over the Yucatan. It is expected to emerge into the Gulf later on today. It's barely moving to the north-northwest at 2 miles per hour. We're calling it Invest 91L because we're investigating this area. It's disorganized. We have maximum sustained winds of 25 miles per hour. Now, right now, again, a lot of people are nervous. Don't be nervous. A lot of things will be working against this area. Wind shear, drier air, and the National Hurricane Center has put a 30% chance of tropical development in the next 5 days or so. So it looks like it is going to be a rainmaker, at best a tropical depression or a tropical storm. I've been looking at all the models and it does not look like it is going to get very strong because of so many factors working against it as we head into midweek. So we could potentially be dealing with some tropical moisture Wednesday around Thursday, as some areas can get up to 1 to 3 inches of rain with locally higher amounts. Of course, we'll continue to watch it, but again, not a concern right now today and tomorrow. So a heat advisory in effect today. It's going to be hot, not as humid. Tomorrow is Labor Day. Watch out for scattered showers. Tropical moisture moves into the area as we head into our Wednesday and Thursday. We'll be right back.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of the Hurricane Ida aftermath.
Right now, Second Harvest Food Bank is distributing food to people who were hit hard by Ida. A distribution drive just started in the last 30 minutes at Lafreniere Park in Metairie. You can find out how to donate to Second Harvest Food Bank, and they do need donations at no-hunger.org. There's also information on the website, on our website, about help there, and also on their website for people who are in need of help.
Here's another story of people in Louisiana stepping up to help, and this time it is a group from central Louisiana that needed help last year during Hurricane Laura. Shelley Neely cooked meals for the Louisiana Search and Rescue Task Force 9 based in Tangipahoa. They helped gut her destroyed home. Before Ida even hit, Shelley got in touch to say she was coming to repay the search and rescue team. On Saturday, she arrived with that help, bringing 500 meals, plus cleaning supplies, chainsaws, water, and a whole lot more. As they said in the Facebook post, quote, a family was created among the Task Force 9, Shelley, and the community there.
And we have been learning more about the disturbing story we brought you last night involving senior living facilities here in New Orleans. We learned last night the city evacuated 10 senior living facilities on Friday and Saturday. 5 of those seniors were found dead. Joining us now on the phone is Councilmember J.H. Banks. Thank you for joining us this morning, Jay. And you personally went to one of those facilities last night.
I did. I was at Flint Goodrich yesterday afternoon when we got the call about what was happening. I went immediately and was told that there had been one body found, and literally while I was there, they found the second body. So this is just totally, I mean, this is unbelievable that we are dealing with this. And we have, since then, obviously there is a hole in the bucket that we've got to fix. These are not nursing homes. They are senior citizen housing, and there is no regulation, but we've got to get them in. I've been in touch with Senator Karen Carter-Peterson, Representative Candace Newell, Matt Willard, and Mandy Landry. All of them have committed. I know I've got a call in Royce, but I have no doubt that Representative Duplessis is also going to help, and Representative Freeman are going to help to try to push through some state stipulations. And we are going to, I've already talked with the city attorney. We are working on city regulations, and the city council's legal advisor, I've spoken to him, so we're going to be all working on the same path to try to put some regulations in place that this never happens again. It appears that management just left and left those people there on their own with no lights, no communication, no air, just no way to do anything. And that is just, and I can't, it's immoral. I can't tell you if it's criminal, but I certainly know that it's immoral to have left those people like that. We can't never let that happen again.
So in effect, these are like apartments, but geared towards senior citizens. And right now in the city, there are no regulations that oversee them.
They are apartments. They are not. It's not a nursing home. Everyone lives independent, but these complexes that are catering to adults, many of them are getting government subsidies, but they're not run by the government. They're run by private companies, and those private companies apparently just walked away. That's the way it looks. Obviously, the investigation will yield more information, so I don't want to cast a final judgment on anybody or anything until we have all of the facts. But so far, what I was given yesterday does not look good. And many of the residents told me that they haven't seen anyone in management at Flint since before the storm hit.
Yeah.
Much less after the storm hit. And it's just ridiculous.
And it was not just Flint, it was a number of other homes. What was it like? Go ahead.
It wasn't just Flint. It looks to be a systematic problem.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
These facilities don't have any regulations or stipulations, and it looks like there was no plan at any of them. So, no, I cannot speak for the ones I didn't go to. I spoke with residents from Flint at the facility before we evacuated them to the convention center, and then I went to the convention center afterwards and spoke with them before we got on the buses to get out. And the stories were all consistent that they were just left, and there was no one in charge, no one answered questions, no one to render help. And the management of the facilities just apparently left. Now, I did speak with someone who said that they were in management on Saturday. They came after the word started circulating that there was a death. And the lady told me that, she did leave, but she had to get her mother out. So
now,
I understand her getting her mother. But
if I can stop one second. And whose responsibility is it? Is it management? Is it family? I mean, since these are apartments, it seems like family would have some responsibility too.
I would think that there are going to be enough fingers to point across the board. I would guess that family does have definitely some obligation, but in the instances where there is no family, in the instances where, you know, there's not a viable way to get people out, then what do they do? And you're right. The idea that others should have stepped up is not just family, it's neighbors and everybody else. But in that particular instance, in those facilities, the neighbors were in the same boat. So I'm asking, even for the people not in facilities, if you can hear me and there are seniors or people who are vulnerable in or near where you live, please go check on them. We should not have this. This is a wake-up call for all of us, that when these things hit, we're all in this together. And anybody that can lend any assistance to anybody ought to be willing to do that. But what happened in those facilities is just, it's ridiculous. And again, the question is who is responsible. Now, legally, I guess that there's one answer. Morally, there's a whole nother answer. And morally, I don't know how you just walk away and leave those people there. That's just unconscionable to me. So I don't know. Again, I don't know what the legality of this is, and I'm not even talking about that. I'm not even there yet.
You're just talking
morally.
morally.
About simple, moral, human responsibility to each other. Those people should not have been left in that situation. And I'm very grateful to the administration for responding as quickly as they did once we found out. But it's the kind of thing that you don't know what you don't know. Now, we did what we could once we found out, but I really wish that we had been notified much earlier, and maybe we could have lessened the burden on those folks and tried to have gotten them out sooner. But
Jay,
we did move quickly once we found out. Go ahead.
Of the 10 facilities that the city, you know, transported people from, how many people are we talking about altogether?
I don't have that number, Eric. I'd have to get that.
But
I don't want to say anything wrong. It's a good bit of people, because there was better than right at 80, a little bit better than 80 that were transported from Flint. So if you multiply that times 10 facilities, you know, again, I don't have that exact number, but it was a significant number of people. And then some of the people did leave because relatives came to get them once they found out what was happening. Yeah. So you had some that did get out, for lack of a better term, on their own, and you had some that these people are not all incapacitated. So some of the residents there had cars and they were able to leave. But overall, those ones that were stuck were the ones that we ended up having to move, and I don't know exactly what that number is.
And when you went to the facility last night, what were the conditions like? I mean, did you walk through the building?
I walked through the building, and it was not anything that anybody I know or care about, I would want them in there. It was literally, I ended up wet, and I'm not exaggerating. It was that hot in there. They could charge for a sauna. It was that hot in there. Obviously, there had been some structural damage. Water got in because there were multiple ceilings that had fallen in from the water. I looked in one apartment where the ceiling tiles had actually caved in on the bed, so there's no way nobody could sleep there with the water dripping. It wasn't raining yesterday, but it was clear that it had, and all that stuff was still damp and wet. So it was not a good look. It was certainly not a good look at all. And there was nothing in there that I would have walked away and said, I'm satisfied that this was a good place for not just seniors, but for anybody to have been during that storm. Now, obviously, the facility is very old. It's brick. It didn't blow down. I get that, but it clearly had some deficiencies that allowed the water to get in. And then when the power went out, there was no way those people on those upper floors, and you had many of them in wheelchairs on the upper floors that had no way to get downstairs.
Yeah.
And I commend the other residents for bringing them food upstairs, but this was just a bad look all the way around.
And then you couple this with the assisted living facilities that were here and in Jefferson Parish, and those people were bussed up or taken up to a warehouse in Tangipahoa. I mean, it's just horrific.
It is horrific, and this, again, I mean, this shows us that we got a real problem. Now, unfortunately, none of us are omnipotent to have foreseen this, and maybe, you know, some people are going to claim that we should have, and I get that, but the fact is we didn't know it. But now that we do know it, we're going to be intentional in addressing it. This should never happen again. The assisted living, the nursing homes, the senior living facilities all need to have some basic requirements that say that if you're forced in a situation like this, there has to be some plan. There has to be somebody to call, something to do, something to happen, and not just walk away and leave hundreds of people who are vulnerable to fend for themselves. I mean, That's just unconscionable.
Well, and let me ask you this before we go any further. You know, assisted living facilities are regulated by the state, but apparently sometimes a lot of stuff falls through the cracks.
And that is absolutely true. And those assisted living facilities do have some standards already in place. They do have a set of requirements that exist. Now, clearly, either they didn't go far enough or they were ignored. Pick one. I'm not sure which the answer is. But the truth of the matter is we've got to put enough enforcement and enough teeth in there to make it unacceptable for those folks to be able to just walk away and ignore those people that they're supposed to be caring for.
All right, now if we can switch.
And again, man, the legality of this, the legalese of this, the lawyers can have a field day with it. I'm talking strictly from a human, moral perspective. We should never let this happen again, and let the lawyers fight as to how they need to make the nuances work. But just, that could be your mother, it could have been Sheba's mother, it could have been somebody else's grandmother, it could have been anybody in those facilities, and nobody would want their family stuck like that.
And I hear your voice. I mean, I know how much this affected you. If we can switch gears on other topics, you know, so many people still without electricity. Fuel lines are hours long in many cases. Why were not big gasoline trucks brought in? Why did it take the mayor screaming, you know, to the federal government to, hey, bring some of that stuff in for us?
I wish I could answer multiple questions as to why the federal government doesn't move expeditiously as they should. This is not our first dance. We knew that we had a Category 4 hurricane coming. I appreciate the president issuing the disaster declaration as early as he did, but obviously all of the pieces didn't connect. Now, in terms of the gas, it is getting better. The lines are going down. A big part of the gas problem is that we had so few stations. Now that we've gotten more power, we're getting more access to gas. So many of those stations that were closed were not closed because they didn't have gas. They were closed because they didn't have electricity.
Yeah.
So now that more are coming on, we've also we've got generators that are en route. Hopefully by the time they get here, we'll have the power back on. But we initiated a process to get generators to open up additional gas stations. But again, with the power moving as quickly as it is, then we might not even need those generators. But the gas situation is getting better, but even though it's nowhere near close. Now, there's supposed to be trucks en route. There's supposed to be more gas coming, so we should be able to put this one to rest sooner than later. But look, man, when you look at what we've gone through, we're actually doing pretty good. And I know that we aren't doing this fast enough. I mean, we live in a world that's got microwave popcorn and text messaging. So we all want stuff to happen instantly. But the truth is that look at what happened in Lake Charles not long ago. Look at our surrounding municipalities. We are not as bad off as we could be. And again, I'm not trying to get any accolades. What I'm saying is that we have been intentional on trying to get the systems to work as best as they can, and we have had some real progress. We're moving along a lot faster than many of our neighbors, and if you look at Lake Charles, man, look, there's still areas dark there.
No, I know.
From last year.
It's horrible.
So as bad as this is, it is better than what we could be. And I'm looking at, I want to look at the glass half full as opposed to half empty. We've got real problems. We've got some real good stuff that happened, though. I mean, Sewage and Water Board needs to be commended every day. We had a Category 4 hurricane and no flooding with no external power. Man, they pieced that thing together with bubble gum and spit and was able to hold it together, and they should be applauded. Now, are there problems at Sewage and Water Board? Absolutely. Do they still have things that need to be addressed? 100% yes. But in this instance, we ought to be commending those hardworking people that stayed there and kept that system working, because this could have been a whole lot worse.
It's the same way with energy. The line people are doing a Herculean job to get it, but obviously the infrastructure of Entergy, and you deal with Entergy New Orleans, you know, had some real problems. I mean, things that maybe shouldn't have come down, came down, or I don't know. I don't know what the answer is.
And let me tell you, I by no means want to disparage those linemen. They are doing a yeoman's job. They are doing absolutely. Look, man, it's hot. Electricity is dangerous. It can kill, and they are doing a phenomenal job. Now, on the other side of that, though, yeah, there are some issues that need to be addressed. And I am on the city council, and we regulate Entergy New Orleans, but this was a bigger than New Orleans problem. Every electrical entity in this region was affected. So clearly the problem is bigger than just New Orleans. This whole thing, Clico, Entergy Louisiana, all of the other providers, everybody got hit by this.
No,
so
I know.
This is bigger than just a New Orleans issue. So there were clearly structural infrastructure issues, but they exceeded Entergy New Orleans.
But because but because of that, when I talked to Cedric Richmond before his trip down here with the president, he's the advisor to the president, I asked him about staging and stuff, and he said they had staged 250 generators. Well, that sounds like a drop in the bucket. We needed 25,000 generators if we wanted to get stuff, gas stations, food stores, all kinds of stuff going on through the entire metro area.
And I won't disagree. 25,000, how about 250,000 to get the entire metro done? I think we can always second guess this thing, and we could always have done more. I'm grateful for the 250, but yeah, you're right, man. 25,000 would have helped us get there quicker. And I get it. So I'm not going to say anything bad about anything we got. Now, if we had gotten more, I would have been more happy. But I'm appreciative of all that we got because it has gotten us this far. Now, we are far from out. I've been riding the neighborhood since this thing happened. And the truth is that most people are appreciative and understanding of the progress that we're making, even though, again, I just talked to two ladies around the corner from the Y. We're opening that at noon for water, ice, and food. And I just was riding through Central City telling them to come on and get what we got. But the truth is they were here for Katrina, and they understand that this is bad, but it's a lot better than what it could be. And truly, we can always go back and figure out what we could do better, which we are going to do. That is a part of this after-action activity. We will figure out how we get better. And I'm going to tell you, man, I've said this before. If you got to be caught in a disaster like this, the best place to be is in New Orleans. We got the team in place. We've got experienced people. We're battle tested, and we rehearse every year as to how to deal with this stuff because we get stuck with this every year. And I guarantee you our recovery is a lot better and a lot faster along than it would have been if we had been somewhere else. And I'm going to take it right back again to Lake Charles. Look, they're still dealing with stuff from a long time ago, and we got lights up, some lights up the day after the storm, 2 days after the storm.
Yeah.
That's unreal.
All right, Jay, thank you very much. We appreciate the update on so many issues.
Hey, man, whenever you need me, call me. We're riding around out here trying to doing what we can do to get our folks back. And we again, folks, I'm not asking you for patience. I'm asking you for understanding. The truth of the matter is that we are moving. This is not going to happen fast enough for all of us. I get that, but it's going to happen as fast as it can. That you can rest assured.
All right, J.H. Banks, thank you very much.
Definitely need some patience right now. Still to come on the Eyewitness News, people in Plaquemines Parish could be without power for 2 to 3 weeks. Coming up next, we'll be speaking with the parish president, Kurt Lapine, to talk about what the recovery looks like 1 week after Ida made landfall. Plaquemines Parish is under a state of emergency in the aftermath of Hurricane Ida. They hope to reopen government offices on Tuesday, but for many parts of the parish, power may be out until September 29th. That's the latest estimate from Entergy, although Belle Chase could have power by the 10th. That's this Friday. Parish President Kurt Lapine is joining us now with an update. Kurt, can you just take us through what you're dealing with right now in Plaquemines?
Good morning, Paul. And I'm actually in my office sitting with the sheriff. So he's sitting on the call with me. So if there's any questions for him. But actually, Paul, we do have a good bit of Belle Chase lit up, actually toward our Jesuit Bend area. And that continues to get more momentum as they get more feeders put up. I've noticed that some, lanes or some streets may have intermittent services, but for the most part, most of Belle Chase is up and running. And most important is our water plant that produces the water is on full power now.
And that's some good news there. What about damage? What are y'all dealing with?
Well, today the sheriff and I are allowing some convoys down on the levee to allow some of our southern friends to get down to their residence to see how, if there's much damage, to assess their property. We're asking them to come in, look at their property, get their value, but not stay because there's limited resources down in the southern end. We are allowing them to get down there to assess and really just get with their necessities and try to come back out.
And how did the levee system hold up?
Well, we still have water on the road from almost Myrtle Grove to Point LaHash. That was the back levee that those consist of about 3 to 6 foot of height. So that was our problem area. Usually it is. We have done some dewatering by putting some breaches in the levee. So some of that water is getting out, but it's slowly, but we're working hard to get that road back open again.
And while I've got the sheriff there, I'd like to just ask how things went during the storm and after, and what your deputies are doing right now.
Yes, sir. So the southern end of our parish is cut off by the water. So I really have to tip my hat to the guys from Fort Selford of Venice. These guys haven't even checked on their homes yet. So we're steady working with the parish president and the National Guard, steadily bringing them supplies. We currently have roadblocks in place, just monitoring the amount of people that come in because most of our parish still does not have power. 2/3 of our parish do not have water. There's very limited gas anywhere to run a generator. So I'm sure you keeping up with reports in other parishes of what's going on. So we've kind of battened down the hatches and secured our borders. Mm-hmm. So we won't have those type of issues.
And Kurt, are there places for residents to get food, water, ice, and other supplies right now throughout the parish?
Yes, so in the government complex here, we do have the water, MREs, and ice being distributed. We've actually had the National Guard take Humvees down to our southern friends. 4 more went out this morning. We put supplies on our ferry vessel and drove that down the other night. Potable water's coming in with a hippo. We have ice, we have tarps. We actually have FEMA down in Port Sulphur area and our YMCA registering folks down there. So we're trying to get as much resources as we can to our guys down there.
All right, that's Parish President there in Plaquemines, Kurt Lapine. Thank you so much, Kurt.
Thank you, Paul.
And we'll be right back with more in a minute.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of the Hurricane Ida aftermath.
Good morning, and thanks for sticking with us on the Eyewitness Morning News. I'm Paul Dudley.
And I'm Eric Paulson. It's been 1 week ago today that we were bracing for Hurricane Ida to make landfall, and now we know we are in full recovery mode. Some places so much worse than others. Coming up this morning, the CEO of United Way will be joining us on a Zoom call to talk about what they're doing to help people recover from the hurricane.
But first, we're joined by your local weather expert, Michelle Morgan, with a quick check at your forecast. Michelle, how you doing? I know all of us don't have power. Some of us have been sleeping at the station. We're all dealing with something right now.
It's hot. It's hot. My house just hit 90 degrees and I slept in that last night. So yeah, many of us are dealing with the heat, and today another heat advisory goes into effect. So please be careful today. Drink plenty of water. If you are working outside, working on your home, again, just take frequent breaks and pay attention to your body. Today, not a whole lot of rain in the forecast. We are starting off dry, and as I mentioned before, heat advisory in effect for pretty much the entire area. We are dealing with lower humidity values, but just enough humidity in the atmosphere to bring our feels-like temperatures into the triple digits. So that is dangerous, especially if you don't have a means or a way to cool down. Again, many of us are still without power, so be very careful today. Temperatures are not too bad. 81 in Hammond. Good morning, Bogalusa. 79. 79 in Slidell. 84 in Homa, and 83 degrees in Galliano. Now today, my forecast high 92, which is actually right where we need to be for this time of the season. Today's going to feature plenty of sunshine. It's going to be humid, or I mean, it's not going to be as humid, but still going to be hot. Again, just make sure you're practicing heat safety. Now, a lot of us, we've been keeping an eye on the tropics. We have an area that we are watching over portions of the Yucatan Peninsula. It is an area of disorganized showers and storms, and it's not going to do much today and tomorrow. It's barely moving to the north-northwest at 2 miles per hour, and we have winds at 25 miles per hour. Right now, we are calling it Invest 91L again, and we're just looking at this area. It is expected to somewhat organize as we head into midweek, potentially becoming a rainmaker. We'll talk more about it coming up in a bit. Back to you.
All right, thanks very much. Right now, 1 week after Hurricane Katrina made landfall, people across southeast Louisiana are returning to church. This is a live look at the Joan of Arc Catholic Church in Laplace. That community was especially hit hard by Ida. Another story that we're following this morning, the race to save a dolphin stranded in the waters near Slidell. That dolphin is stuck between a levee and a pumping station. The St. Tammany Sheriff's Office tells us that crews will continue working to try and rescue that dolphin starting this morning.
Meantime, Governor John Bel Edwards is continuing his tour of all the parishes that were heavily impacted by Hurricane Ida last week. Today, he'll be in St. James and Assumption parishes to meet with local officials there. At about 12:45 this afternoon, the governor will host a media briefing at the St. James Emergency Operations Center. And more than 600,000 people are still without power this morning. We're told that Entergy is making progress. They will give an update at 9:30 this morning. We'll be listening in on that call, and we will bring you the updates as soon as we get them. Well, New Orleans was forced to relocate hundreds of senior citizens after people were found living in unfit conditions during a post-storm check. 5 people were found dead. Asha Staples is live on this story for us this morning. Asha, what are you learning?
Well, we're learning, of course, this is a very heartbreaking story. As you mentioned, we learned on yesterday 5 of those members here at one of these facilities was actually found dead, and those post-op sweeps between Friday and Saturday. And this is between 10 different senior living facilities here in the city. During those wellness checks, the facilities were found to be in, quote, unfit conditions. The shocking findings come just days after over 800 nursing home residents were found and rescued from a warehouse in Tangipahoa Parish ahead of Hurricane Ida. These 2 incidents are shining a light on how places that house seniors continue to struggle to care for vulnerable residents with a lack of air conditioning and medical attention in the aftermath of the storm. According to New Orleans City Councilman Jay Banks, he was notified of the residents at Flint Goodridge Complex here where I'm at getting evicted, and upon his visit, he says residents were being rescued. He says the living conditions were horrendous. This is what else he had to say.
Went into Flint, and it literally was so hot in there that everything I had on, literally from top to bottom, was damp. It was that hot in the building. And I don't know what the actual temperature was. There was no thermometer, but I'm guaranteeing you that it was enough to make anybody in there soaking wet being in there, and they had been in there for a long time.
We also spoke with Dr. Jennifer Avegno, the city's health director. She said that places that have independent living facilities that differ from nursing homes and that the seniors are not provided on-site nursing care. Banks also did mention to us that the seniors living in these residents from the 10 facilities were actually brought to the convention center. There were a number of other facilities that they were brought to. And as we continue to follow this story, of course, we're bringing the very latest as we get it both on air and online. For now, reporting live in Uptown, Asha Staples, Eyewitness News.
All right, Asha, thank you very much. As water service is restored in Houma, officials there want your help to find leaks in the system, particularly on the east side of the city. There's a number you can call if you see a leak, as well as a number you can send text messages to. Those numbers are on your screen. You can also report leaks on Facebook. Just look for the page for Consolidated Waterworks District 1. Be sure to mention the location with an address or whatever details you can include. They know many areas are still hard to reach, but officials say they will have tree crews to assist them, so you can include a heads up on that as well.
The Bayou Community Foundation is holding several fuel giveaways for people in Terrebonne and Lafourche parishes. Today's event is in Golden Meadow at the Go Pass customer service site on South Alex Place Boulevard. That's opening up at 8 o'clock today and on Monday. More fuel giveaways are planned for this upcoming week in Houma and Montague. People can get 20 gallons of fuel per vehicle. You can also fill up your gas cans for your generator. The fuel giveaways will stay open as long as they have fuel to give out.
The Jefferson Sheriff's Office has made an arrest in that deadly shooting at a gas station in Metairie. It happened Friday night when people were lined up in a long line to get their cars filled with gasoline. 20-year-old Walter Scipio is now facing murder charges. The sheriff's deputies say he shot and killed a man who confronted him about cutting in the line. According to Sheriff Joe Lapinto, Scipio went back to his car after being confronted about the line cutting incident. They say he grabbed a gun and shot Dwayne Nasaka. Nasaka died at the hospital. Scipio turned himself in to authorities a few hours later. He is now in jail on a $500,000 bond. Sheriff Lapinto says the alleged shooter tried to claim self-defense, but there were no signs of a physical argument between the two men, and there were a lot of witnesses that saw what happened there.
Such a heartbreaking story there. Well, our local weather expert Michelle Morgan is going to have a full look at your forecast. She'll also have a check on the tropics. The Eyewitness News continues after the break.
Alrighty, time right now, it's 9:13, and it's a pretty quiet start to our day across southeast Louisiana and southern Mississippi. Everybody's starting off dry, plenty of sunshine in the forecast today, and our rain chances pretty low through the afternoon, but it's going to be hot. We're going to be dealing with the lower humidity values, but just enough humidity where our feels like temperatures, the heat indices, will be in the triple digits today. So many areas will feel like 100 to 105. You could see pretty much all the parishes highlighted in that orange color. So continue to practice heat safety while you're outside. And many of us, we are still without power. We don't have a means to cool down. So drink plenty of water. You're working on your home, working outside, working inside. Take frequent breaks. Dew points are starting to climb. We're in the mid to upper 70s for many areas, and we're going to remain in that range throughout the rest of the day. Temperatures are also starting to climb too. 79 in Bogalusa, good morning. 83 in Slidell, 84 in Kenner, and lower to mid 80s in Galliano as well as Homa. Now today, temperatures are going to climb into the lower 90s once again. Yesterday we hit 93. Today I think we'll hit 92. Mainly clear skies. We're only looking for a 20% coverage for some showers, mainly along our coastal areas. But again, it won't be as humid. Still hot, so keep that in mind while you're working outside. I do want to talk about the rivers. All the rivers are looking pretty good, but the Pearl River still at that minor flood stage, and it is continuing to fall, which is good news. Everything should be back to normal as we head into this upcoming week around Thursday and Friday. But again, everybody's been talking about this area of concern, this tropical wave now emerging off the Yucatan Peninsula, and we're watching it very closely too. It doesn't really look like much. It's an area of disorganized showers and storms. It's barely moving to the north-northwest at 2 miles per hour. So it is expected to move into the Gulf later on today. Right now it's Invest 91L. That just means we're investigating this area, and it has maximum sustained winds of 25 miles per hour. Now it is expected to organize some. A lot of things will be working against it. The National Hurricane Center has highlighted this area in the yellow, which is where we're expecting it to somewhat organize. In the next couple of days, again, it's not going to do much, but as we head into our Wednesday and Thursday, right now we are looking at a low chance of development. And as we take a look at this particular model, a lot of tropical moisture will be associated with this area. Again, it doesn't look like it's going to organize into anything strong or very strong. We are looking at this area to move into the Gulf later on today, and it's going to try to organize. We have wind shear and also dry air that will be working against it. It does look like it is going to be a rainmaker along the Gulf coastal areas, and we're actually going to have a cold front that's going to move through Wednesday night, and that's going to squeeze that tropical moisture over portions of southeast Louisiana, southern Mississippi, Alabama, extending into Florida. So we are looking at heavy rain in a few spots, but that same frontal boundary will bring drier air to our area Thursday as well as Friday. So that's actually going to knock down our dew points potentially in the upper 50s and lower 60s in a few areas. And there's that wind shear I was talking about. So it has to survive a good amount of wind shear and also that drier air. If anything, if it does develop into something, I'm thinking a tropical depression or possibly a tropical storm. We'll continue to watch it, of course. So our rain chances bumped up a bit Tuesday through Thursday. We dry out nicely for the weekend there. And again, we're looking at again, this particular model, we're looking at between 1 to even 3 inches of rainfall for the area through the week with isolated higher amounts. And if that area does get a name, Mindy is next on the list. I do want to talk about what else is churning in the tropics. We have a hurricane, Hurricane Larry, moving to the northwest at 14 miles per hour, not a threat to the area. This is literally in central Atlantic, or over the Atlantic basin rather. It has maximum sustained winds of 120 miles per hour, and it looks pretty good on satellite. You could see that wraparound convection. You could clearly see that well-defined eye. And with this particular storm, it's actually expected to hold on to its Category 3 hurricane status throughout much of the week as it moves to the north and northwest, eventually curving to the north. And it looks like Bermuda will have to watch that area or this storm very closely, which could bring some impacts to that area as we head into Thursday and Friday. But again, not a threat to the Gulf Coast. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. Heat advisory in effect today. It's going to be hot, not as humid. 20% coverage for showers. 92. Tomorrow is Labor Day. Partly cloudy skies, a better chance for rain, and scattered showers are possible. But notice as we head into your Tuesday and Wednesday, tropical moisture will linger into the area. Also, our temperatures will be bumped down just a bit into the upper 80s, and we're actually looking drier for the upcoming weekend. We'll be right back.
Thousands of people in southeast Louisiana are in need of food, water, and shelter in the wake of Hurricane Ida. That's why WWL-TV is partnering with the United Way of Southeast Louisiana. We want to make sure that people in the local area get the help they need. And a few of our friends from the New Orleans Saints have joined the cause by donating and spreading the word.
Why give? Because we're the New Orleans Saints. And this community, this New Orleans family, is a part of us.
We give because we have to stick together in our times of need.
We're partnering with the United Way of Southeast Louisiana and WWL-TV to raise funds for Hurricane Ida relief to keep dollars local, right where the impact is needed most. Trust us, we're giving too, so we can get help to our most vulnerable families.
And there are 3 ways you can help. If you're able to donate, you can either scan the QR code on your screen or go online. You can also volunteer your time and help your neighbors directly. And you can donate supplies at North Shore and South Shore drop-off locations. Thanks to this drive, the United Way is already working with local leaders and relief organizations to get water, food, ice, tarps, and other supplies out to a number of communities.
Eyewitness News is keeping track of which businesses are open in New Orleans. Text us the word OPEN to 504-529-4444 and we will send you a link to this list. You can also find it on our website, that of course WWLTV.com. If you see somewhere that's open, help us out and post to Twitter with the hashtag OpenNOLA so we can add it, and we'll be right back with more in a minute.
City officials announced that New Orleans will be offering public transportation to state-run Hurricane Ida shelters.
Yeah, RTA is going to pick people up from 12 facilities, including nursing homes and apartment complexes. The services are from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. every day.
If you'd like to go to one of the shelters, you have three options. Go to one of these pickup locations. We have the list on our website and our free mobile app. You can take an RTA bus to the convention center as well.
Or you can take a coach bus directly to one of the shelters. If you are in a senior living facility, you should call 311 to get picked up.
And you can apply for federal assistance by calling the number on the screen. It's 800-621-3362. An easy way to remember that is 800-621-FEMA, or you can visit the website disasterassistance.gov. That's disasterassistance.gov. We have posted a link on our app and our website at WWLTV.com.
Happening right now, crews are working to save a young dolphin that got separated from its pod. Neighbors spotted it swimming in a retention pond near a levee in Slidell. Jordan Hallington is live there right now. And Jordan, what are you seeing out there?
Hey, yeah, so people are standing around, they're shocked, they're surprised, they're in awe to know that a dolphin is in Slidell waters. And as you can see here behind me, crews are beginning to prep to rescue this dolphin. The St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Office is assisting Audubon right now for that rescue effort. Now the dolphin, again, it's stuck between a levee and a pump station near the intersection of Pontchartrain Drive and Oak Harbor Boulevard. I know most people are wondering how in the world did a dolphin get in these waters? Well, we are told it was displaced from Hurricane Ida, so rescue crews were notified a day after the hurricane hit. And those who first spotted the dolphin, they tell us here at WWL, seeing the dolphin actually brought them joy after many difficult days trying to get through the destruction that Hurricane Ida left behind. And just a moment ago, we had a minute to speak with some of the experts who are here today in this rescue effort. And they, what they say they're doing is they're going to use an 8-foot net to capture the dolphin. They'll get it in a safe position, check its health, and then they'll put it on a stretcher and get him into a water tank inside a truck. And you can see over here, Bree, if you want to go ahead and pan that way, you can see that they have the stretcher already available. They have the truck ready to go. They are getting in position to make this rescue. So they say this could take 25 minutes. They say it could take 2 hours. So we are just, here, we're going to watch it live, and we will keep you guys updated once they get into the water and they start that rescue mission. Back to you.
Wow, thank you, Jordan. We'll check back with you shortly. For now, we're going to throw it to commercial break. We'll be right back.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of the Hurricane Ida aftermath.
Good morning. Thanks for sticking with us. I'm Paul Dudley, just after 9:30 here on the Eyewitness News.
And I'm Eric Paulson. I don't want to say we've been on for a long time, but Paul was clean shaven when we started this morning.
Yeah, and my beard has grown that much since we started.
Yeah, it's been a while.
I'm following Carl Arredondo's advice. He's a former meteorologist, long time here at Channel 4. He said we shouldn't shave until the power comes back on.
Okay, shaving I got to do.
It might be like this big by the time the power comes back.
I'm afraid mine look like Santa Claus. All right, let's get over to Michelle and check out the forecast. We are watching that thing in the Gulf right now, or on the Yucatan.
Yeah, it's a thing right now. It's not going to do much today and tomorrow, but there's some concerns with it. We'll talk about that coming up in a little bit. But right now it's quiet. I'm not tracking any showers. We are starting off dry. It's hot. A heat advisory will go into effect today for many parishes across southeast Louisiana. So even though the humidity values are not too bad, it's just enough humidity for the feels like temperatures to climb into the triple digits today. So just make sure you are being very careful while you're outside. Again, many of us, we are still without power. So you're working inside, working outside, stay hydrated and take frequent breaks. So there are your dew points. We're in the mid to upper 70s across the board. And temperatures are in the lower 80s, mid 80s for many of us. 84 in Houma, good morning. 84 in Kenner, 82 degrees in Hammond, and 82 in Bogalusa. So here's a look at your planning forecast. We're looking at lower 90s today. Again, yesterday we saw 93 degrees. Today I think we'll see 91, 92. And today is going to feature plenty of sunshine. So it's going to be sunny and hot and a low chance for showers and storms. So we're going to remain pretty dry across the area. Now that spot Eric was talking about in the Yucatan, we will break that all down coming up in a bit. Back to you.
All right, remember you can always stay connected with all the news and weather and everything developing in the tropics with our free mobile app. It's the WWL TV app. It's free. It's a free download in your phone's app store. In the aftermath of Ida, thousands of our friends and neighbors are in need of so much food, water, and shelter. WWL TV is partnering with the United Way of Southeast Louisiana to lend a hand. And Michael Williamson from the United Way is joining us now with more on that. Michael, there are all kinds of ways that people can help. And what's the biggest need you guys are having right now?
Well, thanks again for having me on. There are always two needs. One is for folks that can contribute. Financial contributions allow us to respond where the need is at, allow us to pivot quickly to meet the unmet needs. So financial contributions are always important. And folks can do that at our website, unitedwayscla.org. But we're also mobilizing, folks that want to give, in-kind goods like water, tarps, cleaning supplies, personal hygiene products, diapers, etc. Matter of fact, I'm over here in the Bywater right now. We've got a shipment from Southern Company that was just dropped off of hand sanitizer and face coverings and tarps, etc., that we're going to work to distribute to the community. And
I was going to say, how wide of an area are you guys covering, and how much can you do, and how great is the need?
Yeah, it's this storm extremely unique because we serve 7 parishes, so Orleans, Jefferson, Plaquemine, St. Bernard, then St. Tammany, Tangipahoa, and Washington, and unfortunately, all 7 of our parishes sustained damage and had power losses, etc. So, this is a challenge because we're having to mobilize, our network from outside the region to help. But we're doing our very best. We've launched our plan to be able to respond. And once again, we're going to do everything we can to get people the things they need so they can begin to recover as quickly as possible.
And besides the monetary and food and supplies help, do you need volunteers to help with what you're doing?
Absolutely. Matter of fact, we're opening up our, we call our warehouse operations on Monday to start accepting the goods. But we need people to help us, unload and sort and pack. And so the easiest way to find out more about that, you can sign up for our North Shore and South Shore location, is by going to unitedwayscla.org/volunteer. And right there at the top of the page, it has North Shore and South Shore volunteers sign up. So it's real easy to do.
And how do people find you guys if they do need help and need food, water, supplies, tarps, etc.?
Well, we have an amazing partnership with Via Link that operates 211, which is our crisis and information line. So anywhere you're at in the state of Louisiana, you can simply dial 211 and you'll get a trained operator on the phone that has a listing of all the resources that are available to help folks during the crisis. So folks just need to remember 211. We support VLink to provide that service, and it is the most efficient and effective way to get access to information and resources.
And how are you able to serve all 7 parishes? Because, I mean, that's such a big operation. Some of the parishes have so much more damage and are hard to reach right now.
Well, our real power is, the ability to convene and partner with others. We never do this alone, so we have lots of nonprofit partners. So the government's going to play a role, and then we'll try to fill the gaps and do the best we can. But this is going to take, the entire country, if not the world, keeping their eyes on our region and doing what they can to either give us financial contributions or to send us much needed supplies like water and tarps and cleaning supplies, the things that folks, even if you can access it, quite honestly, it's so expensive. And so many folks here just simply can't afford it.
Or get somebody to put it up for them.
Exactly. And we'll do everything we can to help families. We like to meet the unmet needs. We like to fill gaps. We don't want to duplicate efforts and be inefficient. So, but I have really high hopes that we're going to get through this together. We're going to do our very best.
And where do you guys get most of the funding that you raise to help out people?
Well, I tell folks all the time, we're of the people, by the people, for the people. Most of our gifts, come from individuals throughout the region who support us, throughout the year. And I often say, the 364 days before the disaster happened, people were supporting us and we were ready to respond. And so individuals, but we also have great corporate partners like Entergy and others that step up in a big way to offer their corporate support as well.
And do you get federal grants, things like that?
We do sometimes get federal support. We do partner with the federal government and state government and local municipalities. Once again, anything we can do to fill the gap and provide more resources to help support.
All right, quickly. I think we're losing him. We've officially lost him. All right, let's get over to Paul now.
Suffered extensive damage when Hurricane Ida made landfall 1 week ago, but they are starting to see a small bit of progress. We understand that we have Parish President Archie Chasson on the line with us. Archie, are you there?
Good morning, Paul. How are you guys?
Hey, Archie, good to hear from you. I know we've been texting a bit, but this is actually the first chance I've gotten to talk with you. Just take us through what Lafourche Parish is dealing with right now.
Yeah, we finally have some semblance of cell phone coverage again. Here at our Emergency Operations Center, we had Verizon stepped up and put an antenna in our front parking lot to help us out, as well as AT&T and FirstNet dropped a blimp outside to help produce some signal strength for both our first responders and people in Lafourche Parish. Overall, we are gaining momentum every day, and it's baby steps, but we are getting there. We now have water to just about all of Lafourche Parish, something that we didn't have for quite some time. I talked to Mayor Joey Bouziga in Golden Meadow early this morning, and he said it was Christmas in September because he turned on his faucet last night and had water come out of it. So we have water all the way to the floodgates in Golden Meadow. The next step is to try to get it to Port Lafourche on, but our water plants are still on generator power until we get power restored. So we're kind of taking it slow to make sure we don't lose the system again. Our debris contractors are on the ground starting to move stuff and pick stuff up. We have a long way to go, a lot of debris to pick up across Lafourche Parish. But we have pod sites opened up. We have 6 locations opened up right now in Thibodaux, Raceland, Lockport, La Rose, Golden Meadow, and we have 2 more pods, one in Bayou Blue and one in the Choctaw community that will go live at noon today. So we are well ahead of the game with getting our residents what they need. We have a ton of nonprofits, and I want to thank Catholic Charities of Acadiana, Catholic Charities of the Diocese of Houma Thibodaux, as well as the Bless Your Heart Foundation of South Lafourche that has really stepped up and is really coordinating those nonprofit efforts and getting meals here and getting people what they need to get up and going. Our community has stepped up. Amazon has stepped up with shipping stuff, as well as a ton of other partners. People you meet along the way, whether they're vendors of ours or networking connections that we have from just various places we've been across the country, have all reached out and are sending stuff our way. So it's been heartwarming. It's been heartwarming to see our communities and our neighborhoods wrap our arms around each other and bring our community back together.
And Archie, we were just looking at pictures of the damage. Is it fairly widespread across Lafourche Parish? I was speaking to Gail Hayes. She owns Gail's Bait Shop in Leeville. She said that she's lost everything.
Yeah, there is, south of the Golometa floodgates at one point, there were a stretch of about 15 homes between the floodgates and the community of Leeville. There's one home left standing there right now. The damage is catastrophic, and one home. The damage is catastrophic, in that South Lafourche community from La Rose on south. And it's very weird, Paul. You have a neighborhood where you may have 5 houses that are completely imploded, and you have one house that doesn't have a shingle missing off of it. So it's the weather works in strange ways. But look, we probably have, by our estimates from flying and looking at things, about 25 to 30% of the homes parish-wide are completely destroyed. About another 45 to 50% have severe damage, but can be put back together. And the rest is kind of moderate to light damage. Once you get above kind of the Raceland community, the damage really tapers off. That's when the storm kind of shifted east and started to travel over Laplace. So Thibodaux and those communities really saw a lighter wind. The coastal areas of Bayou Buff, Choctaw, Kramer, caught a big portion of that storm surge that came up through Lake des Allemands from the intercoastal. And we have some levee overtopping and about 100 homes that flooded in that particular community. We've been working with CPRA and the governor's office to dewater that community, and we're just about there, as well as the community of the industrial park area in North La Rose that, our flood wall overtopped. We're thinking we got about a 10-foot storm surge in the intercoastal waterway in La Rose, so that 8-foot flood wall we had right there got overtopped. And flooded that neighborhood as well. So we're dewatering those guys, trying to get the last bit of water out of their streets. And all of the homes are now dry, but we still have some of the street surfaces left to dry off. But overall, it was tough to see it from the air, Paul, because it's some heavy damage.
And Archie, I've been down to Lafourche many times and covered stories down there, and the people are some of the most optimistic folks you will ever meet. But this is seriously devastating. How do you move forward from here, Archie?
We've talked to people on the ground. We've been talking to our first responders, and morale was low when people started to come home or woke up after the storm and realized what had happened to their homes. But we are a very resilient people. You will find no more people who can put the pieces back together better than the Cajun people of Lafourche Parish. And we have a deep faith in God that He's gonna bounce our community back. The message that we've been spreading over the last couple of days is a message of hope. Is that as bad as it is, it's not as bad as it could have been, I guess. We could have lost everything. The levee system could have broken. We could have flood waters everywhere with 4 or 5 foot of water in homes. But we didn't have that. Our levees held strong. North Lafourche, they overtopped a little bit, but that levee system that Wendell built in South Lafourche held strong, never overtopped, never breached. So we're going to put it back together. And talking with Ket Chesson at the Port Commission, Port Fourchon, a lot of the infrastructure is available. There are people in the port. He's found an office building because his took some damage, so they're starting to get back up and running, and we'll have things moving around the port probably at some point next week to bring our energy sector back to life, getting people offshore, getting things offshore, getting the loop pipeline system back up and running. So we're going to put it back together, Paul. There's no doubt. God is good. We have the hope, and I told people right after the storm that I got to see a lot of the damage from the air, and morale was kind of low, and I got to FaceTime my kids. They were out of town, and my wife for the first time in about 4 days. And once I saw them, I was full of vinegar to rebuild the place, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to use the team we have. We're going to lead this parish, and we're going to put it all back together.
Hey, Archie, it's always good to talk with you, though. I wish it were under better circumstances.
No doubt, Paul. Y'all take care.
You take care, too. Glad you're safe. This morning, crews are working to save a young dolphin that got separated from its pod. Neighbors spotted it swimming in a retention pond near a levee in Slidell. Jordan Hallington is live there. And Jordan, we checked in with you a little while ago. Is there more movement out there? Have they spotted the dolphin? Are they bringing him in?
Hey, so right now we, hopefully you guys can hear me. I've got to keep it quiet because noise is an issue. They want people quiet out here as the rescue squad has made their way into the water to rescue this dolphin. Now people are in place. You can see here with the netting that we were telling you about. This is how they will rescue the dolphin. They'll rescue him through this netting. It's stretched clear across the water. And then you have another team over here helping in the rescue efforts as well. They are given instruction by a commander out here to make water noises for specific reasons, I'm sure, to get the dolphin in a position that they need it to be. So what we hear is when they make this rescue, They will get it into the net, and they will make sure the dolphin is in a safe position. And once they assess that, they will pull the dolphin out, and they will get him onto a stretcher, or it onto a stretcher, and assess once again. And then, oh, there we go. We saw some splashing. Yep, very close to the net right now. We are seeing some movement. We're actually being told that could be an alligator. We're not sure if that is actually the dolphin or not. An alligator gar, okay. An alligator gar, okay. We're getting word that it's an alligator gar. So once they get the dolphin and they get it onto the stretcher, they will do some more assessments and get it into a water tank, into a back of a truck. And they say about 90% of these rescues, they'll send the dolphin back into its natural habitat. So again, what you're seeing right now is the rescue team in position. They are ready to rescue this dolphin who's been here at least since the day after Hurricane Ida is when it was first spotted.
And Jordan, I know that there are a number of wildlife experts out there. Have they told you how unusual this is? Or I'm just curious because I haven't heard of anything quite like this before.
Yes, they say this is very unusual, and that is why they expected a lot of people out here taking pictures, and a lot of residents in this area are just in awe because this is not something that you see every day. This is not something people see in Slidell, and it's very unusual, and that's what the experts say. Talking specifically, about people coming out and watching, I know a lot of people have said this has brought a smile to their face to see a dolphin in such tragedy. But again, experts are telling us, we want to keep, residents away from the rescue site because, they need to safely be able to get this dolphin out and onto that stretcher.
And when you're talking with those wildlife folks, are they telling you about how challenging of a mission this is?
Yes. Oh, we just saw the dolphin. I'm not sure. Did we get that on camera?
Yeah, I think we see it there on the left-hand side of our screen.
Yep. Yes, and yes, this mission, this is what we're told. We are told this mission could take 25 minutes. We're told this mission could take 2 hours. It all depends on the dolphin, and it all depends on its position. So, we are told that these people are highly qualified. They've done this before. They know exactly what they're doing.
And Jordan, I assume that people who are just tuning in and seeing this may be wondering, how the dolphin got in there in the first place, and if it got in, why can't it just swim out?
So the only thing that we've been told at the moment is it was displaced from Hurricane Ida. How it got here, that's still in question. Just the storm surge.
Yeah, I was kind of assuming it might have been the storm surge brought it in.
Yes. Yes, that's kind of what we're being told right now. But, we're also told there's going to be a lot of assessment being done after this rescue as far as, how it got here.
And Eric, I've got a question for you. I've seen these dolphins certainly down in Cocotree and more the southern part of the state, but it's pretty unusual to see them on the North Shore, wouldn't you say?
Well, yeah. It's Slidell, so Slidell is close to the Gulf. So if there was a good-sized storm surge and it's a juvenile, it might have just gotten swept in by one of those waves, and there's not enough water to get it out.
Yes, that's correct. They're talking about the shallow water right now. We do have someone who lives here in Slidell who lives very close to this area. She's going to tell us a little bit about, how in awe people are here. What is this to you?
Well, it's an opportunity for all of us to come out and see because it's contained here. So it's been here for about a week. And we've, gotten a break from the storm stress and coming down here to see this dolphin that is so unusual. We do have them in Lake Pontchartrain, but not obviously in this small contained area right here. So it's a little break from the stress of the storm. Literally, some of us haven't gotten our electricity back on yet. I got mine on last night, so it's just a break from that stress.
Gotcha, and that's what so many people have been saying. And this is so unusual. I mean, how many days have you been out here? I know people have been actually lining the street for a while now.
Yeah, I came out a few days ago. I came out on Thursday, and then we've been coming out, and I heard they were catching him today, so I made a point to come ride my bike down here and see him. You know, so it's something to see. It takes our minds off of the stress.
Gotcha. And I'm sure you plan on staying out here for however long it takes, because it's a neat rescue, and even some of the experts out here are saying it's an educational moment for people who are out here watching.
It is. It sounds silly, but it's a little bit of a tank where he's been kept, and we can watch this, and this is so unusual. You would never see this.
And
being able to watch a capture of this dolphin, it's incredible.
And Jordan,
Yes.
as I'm watching, if the camera can pan to the right, you're watching those guys move that net forward.
Pan to the right.
Forward, and it looks like they're trying to get that dolphin into a more confined area to where they can finally catch it and get it back into the Gulf.
Yes, that's correct. So they keep kind of moving forward on each side of the net. Some of the rescue crews are inching forward on both sides. They have them spread out throughout the entire area here. And so they just continuously kind of, move those nets inwards to get that dolphin in a more confined area, like you were just saying.
And Paul, it looks like a big job out there. There's a lot of people out there trying to get this done, and it's amazing how we're all so fascinated by this. And most people love animals. You just want to do everything you can to make sure that dolphin is safe. And I wonder, they say it's a young dolphin, a juvenile. I wonder if it got separated from its mother, or just how big is it?
Yeah, we are still, kind of working to get all that confirmed. I think right now, just the thing that they're, working on and, honing in on is just getting him to safety. We do have the St. Tammany Sheriff here with us right now. He's going to talk to us a little bit about, kind of his efforts out here. You guys are out here, assisting Audubon in this capture. So far, what have you guys been able to do? What can you tell us?
Right now, we're assisting with traffic control. We had a lot of calls of people in this area concerned about the dolphin. The dolphin apparently got in here when the waters were high during Hurricane Ida, and we've been kind of coordinate with them an operation to have him rescued, so we can calm our citizens down here in the area. So we're working with the Audubon Institute, SeaWorld Rescue, and some other groups that are here helping rescue this dolphin. I think they're calling it Operation Flipper. So our best is with Flipper, and hope we get him, not only get him saved, but get him the medical attention he needs and get him released back into his natural habitat.
That's
Jordan,
awesome.
I'm just
I know
curious.
this is something you probably don't see. Yes.
Yeah, Jordan, while you've got Randy there, if you could just ask him, in his opinion, I mean, how unusual is this? Has he seen something like this before?
Yeah, so how unusual is this for you? I mean, I know, people standing along here, they don't see this. Have you seen this?
I have not seen this. This is a first for me, but it's very unique to see, and in a positive way, to see so much effort going into rescuing a dolphin. It's usually a dog or another pet of some sort, but this is pretty unusual, and it's pretty amazing to see this much effort go into saving Flipper here in Slidell, Louisiana.
I love how the dolphin already has a name. I was going to ask that. So what are we going to name this dolphin?
Flipper.
I love it. I love it. And they, just real quickly, they have really talked about keeping, the public out of this space. How important is that?
It's very important. These guys know what they're doing. They're trained, and they need all the room they can get. We do have a lot of spectators showing up. So as soon as we rescue the dolphin, we're going to escort the van over to Mississippi, where they can treat the dolphin and hopefully get him released back into his habitat, natural habitat.
Yeah, and we are, rooting for the dolphin. We are hoping for a good story, because they say about 90% of the time these dolphins who are, that are rescued are sent back to their natural habitat. So we're hoping for the best. Thank you so much, Sheriff. I appreciate your
before
time.
Randy walks off there, Jordan, if you could ask him again, I want to reiterate kind of Eric's question, how it got there, and why couldn't it just swim out?
Yeah, so I know a lot of people right now are wondering, how did the dolphin get here, and how can it not get out?
Well, We assume the dolphin got in here from the high waters. This was an elevated area on the other side, leads to the Lake Pontchartrain. So the dolphin, the only way we can figure he got in is the water got so high, he was pushed in from the lake through the canal under that culvert, which is on the side of the levee, and into this little area between the road, the drainage pipe, and the pumping station here. So, and we received, like I said, a lot of calls of people in concern, about the dolphin being seen swimming in this little area. So this is amazing to see the rescue efforts, and again, we're hoping for a positive story, positive ending on this.
Absolutely, and the dolphin seems like, I mean, from where we're standing, from our vantage point, the dolphin seems like he's doing okay. I mean, they're, coming up out of the water here and there.
Yeah, we've been monitoring for a few days, and as the water has begun to recede in this area, but we're also gonna, I know we've noticed some lesions on him, so he's definitely gonna need some medical attention, and but he seems to be swimming fine, and it looks like he's got some food to eat, and I know he's probably wanting some saltier water to enjoy.
Oh, for sure, and hopefully that'll come soon. Thank you so much, Sheriff Smith. We appreciate you. We are keeping our eye on this rescue, and we will go ahead and send it back to you guys. Once we see something impressive, phenomenal, we'll get back with you.
Jordan, if you could ask the sheriff just one favor, I think if he would sing the Flipper theme song, it might help in this rescue operation.
They need you to sing the Flipper theme song.
I don't remember it. It was been so
no.
long. Many
Eric, you
years.
remember?
Okay. Can you try to give
Let's
us...
have Eric do it then.
Okay, our anchor's going to do it.
Tell him he can Google the,
I love it.
You can Google it, but it starts out with, they call him Flipper. All right, we'll be keeping going back to that. Jordan,
they say to Google it.
Yeah, Sheriff, tell the
All
sheriff,
right.
tell the sheriff, thank you very much for all the help. All right. The wrath of Hurricane Ida came possibly at the worst time for hospitals that were dealing with this fourth surge of COVID cases. I mean, hospitals have been stressed, doctors have been stressed for a long time. Dr. Patrika Adhikari is with Tulane Medical Center and joins us live over Zoom. And right now, what are the conditions like over where you guys are?
Actually, they've gotten quite a bit better. We've been fortunate with our backup generator power, et cetera, initially, and then now we're back on city power. So things are actually looking a good bit better. We're also down right near the CBD, so power is starting to get restored everywhere.
How full are you right now with COVID patients? And because we've talked to other hospitals, and I mean, there's been a lot of hospitals with tons of COVID patients, and it's kind of gone on the back burner while we deal with all this this Ida stuff.
Yeah, you're right. And that was the difference this storm versus any of the others, actually, is we started pretty darn full. And so that's been the biggest challenge, is trying to be able to shift people around, figure out how to discharge them. Because once a storm hit, being able to safely discharge patients is part of our job. And so that has been quite a challenge. The ER has been boarding a lot of patients. We were able to make some room yesterday, but we're full again.
And what has that done to people who were under cancer treatment or dialysis or whatever? I mean, it became a real problem, even before Ida, because there were so many COVID patients.
Yeah, you're 100% right about that. It's been quite a challenge with COVID, and I hate to say it, but maybe having the COVID surge and being pretty full started us getting ready to figure out how to do those things before. And it just kind of got stepped up. We were lucky enough, unlike a lot of the hospitals in Jefferson Parish, we kept water pressure. So dialysis, we were just doing emergently in-house here. So it was just kind of trying to get creative with how we could do things and just open more things up to the community. So honestly, our dialysis patients that came in all got dialyzed. Cancer treatments we did as well as we could in-house, and then kind of worked around, or if there were other surrounding areas where they could go for temporizing measures, we tried to institute those. And
for nurses and doctors that we've spoken to at other hospitals, I mean, they're dealing with a lot of stress, long hours, watching people come in, get very sick, get put on ventilators, losing patients. I mean, it's tough on you all.
Yeah, it gets challenging. COVID really kind of did it to us, and this was definitely, as you said, it was a 1-2 punch. you kind of go back to your core values a lot when you start doing this, or when this kind of thing happens. And so, I always walk around here saying, look, I'm standing upright, healthy, my family's healthy. What else do you need? You just put the rest forward towards your patients. I mean, we've had an amazing team here. They have gone, we had an A team who worked during the storm. Then there was a B team that came in and did recovery. They are staying in the hospital 24/7. They have been remarkable. I think they draw a lot of strength from each other, and that's really helpful. And then again, you break it down to the core reasons why we all did this, and you just get right back to the patients. And it actually, believe it or not, for us, that's therapeutic. I mean, you have to stop healthcare providers a lot and tell them to really look into their own wellness and their own mental health and recovery. And I think that we've done a good thing, both from an administrative standpoint. We've offered those services. Our psychiatric services have actually offered up being able to call them if you needed to have conversations with them. So definitely trying to put that on the forefront, but we've just been kind of trying to feed off positive energy with one another.
Yeah, and you got a good night's sleep, and you all have homes that have been damaged too and things like that. How many hurricane-related injuries have you seen come into the hospital there at Turo?
Here at Tulane, I gotta be honest, so we've seen
Tulane,
a few.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. We've seen a few, you tend to see the, using a chainsaw to clear my trees, and also I'm on a roof doing a tarp and I slipped, and it's an orthopedic injury. So we've seen some of those orthopedic injuries. Actually, shockingly, we haven't seen as many as I thought we would, but I think that as people come back more and more, we're going to wind up seeing that. We're actually seeing a lot of heat exhaustion. I've been without power. People who are actually having, they're coming in with kidney injuries. They're so dehydrated. So that's the vast majority of what we're seeing. And then, unfortunately, just like you kind of mentioned, sequela to what you've had before. Hey, I have coronary artery disease. I'm coming in, and there, people having heart attacks. That stuff doesn't stop. So we've had it, and luckily, with being back on city power too, a lot of those services for us have come up, like our cath lab, et cetera.
And right now, how many COVID patients do you guys have over at Tulane?
I don't have the exact numbers, but we're at about 20-25% of all of our patients. So that's kind of the general area where we are.
What about your ICU?
Most of our facilities are actually full. So, like I said, we're boarding. I can't give you the exact number, but I want to say somewhere between 7 and 10 patients in our ER who are admitted, between ICU, med surg, et cetera. So all the upstairs beds are full, and then we are nearing capacity downstairs. But then yesterday we were able to, do some case management stuff and get a lot of discharges happening from the hospital. So we're hopeful to kind of be able to kind of keep it in rhythm. And for patients that need workups, but that don't necessarily need emergent admission, we're able to keep those things going, because we're kind of, even if we have to do it out of chairs, we've had a lot of help. So we've had a lot of nurses coming from out of town, and some backup help. So now more than ever, we're actually pretty well staffed, and so we're able to get a lot of that workup done out of the ER.
And I know some other hospitals have had to turn patients away. Have you guys had to do that at all over at Tulane?
No, not once.
Okay, good.
We have taken everybody, and there are reasons. A lot of hospitals had issues like their CAT scanner went down, or again, water pressure, which is a safety issue. You can't run your sprinklers. You can't, patients can't go to the bathroom appropriately. So they're all good, legitimate reasons, and the community's gotten together. So we'll get phone calls from other hospitals. I'll have physicians calling me out of other ERs and telling me just exactly what's going on at their facility. And so I think that, as much as you can help out, you help out. And so that's kind of what we've been doing.
And last question, I'm out of time, but are you on generator power or city power right now?
We are back up on city power. September 1, we got city power, and then started transitioning over so it would be smooth to generator, and we're on full generator now. Full city power now.
Okay, great. All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate the time.
You're welcome. Thanks so much for hearing us out.
All right. And we'll be right back after this.
Eyewitness News begins with breaking news.
We are getting some breaking news from the Coast Guard. They say they're responding to an oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico. The oil appears to be coming from an offshore drilling site about 2 miles south of Port Fourchon. The slick was first spotted in aerial pictures. That was on Wednesday of this past week. The Coast Guard told the Associated Press crews will be diving down sometime today to determine the exact location of that leak. The Coast Guard does believe the underwater pipeline is owned by Talos Energy. The Houston-based company says it sent a team out to evaluate the spill, but says they are not responsible for the leak. As of now, though, it appears the oil has remained in the sea and is not affecting the Louisiana shoreline at this time.
Happening right now, 1 week after Hurricane Ida made landfall, people in southeast Louisiana are returning to church. This is a live look at St. Joan of Arc Catholic Church in La Plaza. Of course, that community hit especially hard by the storm.
Hundreds of senior citizens are without a home this morning after the city of New Orleans evacuated 10 senior living facilities. Officials say after a post-Ida check, 5 people were found dead, others living in what were described as unfit conditions. This comes as several nursing homes in Tangipahoa Parish were shut down by the health department. Actually, they were in several parishes, and then they were sent up to a warehouse in Tangipahoa Parish after keeping residents there in horrible conditions while riding out the storm. Asha Staples is following both those stories for us now. And, you know, for the elderly, these are two very shocking stories. You know, one here with homes in New Orleans, and then the assisted facilities where they were moved up to that warehouse in Tangipahoa. Just unspeakable.
It really is. And we also learning kind of the difference of the two facilities, where the nursing home, they actually have on-site nurses for the residents' care. The senior living centers or facilities actually have just people that are here that are elderly that are living. So that's kind of the two differences that we're kind of getting those details ironed out. But as you did mention, the city of New Orleans did evacuate 10 of those senior living facilities and uncovered 5 deaths during those wellness checks. And during those wellness checks, as you mentioned, Eric, those conditions were seen as, quote, unfit for those folks to be living in. And the shocking findings come just days after over 800 nursing home residents were found and rescued from a warehouse in Tangipahoa Parish ahead of Hurricane Ida. Now, these two incidents are shining a light on how places that house seniors continue to struggle to care for the vulnerable residents with the lack of air conditioning and medical attention in the aftermath of the storm. According to New Orleans City Councilman Jay Banks, he was notified of the residents here at Flint Goodrich complex getting evicted, and upon his visit, he actually says residents were being, quote, rescued from these conditions. He says that they were just horrendous. We also spoke with Dr. Jennifer Vegno, the city's health director, who says that the places that have been evacuated are senior independent living facilities that differ from nursing homes, and that the seniors are not provided on-site nursing care, as I just mentioned. This is what else she had to say.
Facilities like this don't have that same level of oversight. And so we don't know who has a generator, and we don't know who has an evacuation plan, or even what that plan is, or even what the level of staffing is in a building after a disaster like this. And that's a lot of the problem. You know, if you've got a building with 50 to 100 vulnerable elderly people and no one stays to check on them, they're going to have some serious issues.
The senior living residents from the 10 facilities were brought to the convention center and other facilities, and also some were needing medical attendance, so they were actually able to get that as well. But two stories, very heartbreaking, that we're going to continue to follow, and as we do learn more about both situations, of course, we'll let you know on air and online. For now, reporting live in Uptown, Asha Staples, Eyewitness News.
And Governor John Bel Edwards is continuing his tour of all the parishes that were affected by Hurricane Ida last week. Today he'll be in St. James and Assumption parishes to meet with local officials. At about 12:45 this afternoon, the governor will host a media briefing at the St. James Emergency Operations Center.
And here's a story we've been following closely. This morning, crews are working to save a young dolphin that got separated from its pod. Neighbors spotted it swimming in a retention pond. near a levee in Slidell, and Jordan Hallington is live there now. Jordan, we're getting a better look at this dolphin now, it seems.
Yes, so the rescuers do have the dolphin in hand. So that is what we're watching right now. They have the netting right around the dolphin. There's about 4 rescuers with their hands on the dolphin. They do have a large mat out here, which I assume they're going to place the dolphin on once they get him out of the water. It's getting very quiet here. I think they need some calmness for a minute.
Yeah, it is, Jordan, it is amazing to see how many people come out, you know, with all the other stuff that's going on to try and help that dolphin, because we all have that affection for animals in need.
Oh, of course, yeah, you guys, the streets are lined with vehicles, and there are people out of their cars, and a lot of them have been here before 9 o'clock this morning when crews were meeting to do a debriefing on, you know, what to expect today. And so they're all just out here with their phones out, taking videos, and just in awe. I mean, you know, we've heard this all morning. People, you know, this doesn't happen. This is very rare. And a lot of people are just telling us there's been so much devastation here in Louisiana, and just to see a dolphin so close to home, quite literally, it brings smiles to their faces.
And have we gotten any idea just how big this dolphin is? We've been told it's a juvenile, but it still weighs a lot probably. Look at how many people it takes to get the dolphin onto that stretcher-like material or whatever they're going to carry him or her out on.
Yeah, so we don't have a word quite yet on that. I did try a moment ago speaking with one of the lead rescuers, but they, you know, kindly asked me, you know, to wait until the dolphin was rescued to get a little bit more information about that. So we're waiting here patiently for them, you know, to make this rescue. And it looks, you know, it appears, you know, they're doing a great job in staying calm.
And Jordan, you've been speaking with wildlife experts out there, as well as Sheriff Randy Smith. Where do they plan on taking the dolphin after it's rescued here?
Yeah, so we are told that they are going to get the dolphin, of course, on the stretcher, get it into the water tank in the truck, and they plan on taking it to the Louisiana-Mississippi line, is what I'm told. So that is their plans. Again, you know, they say, you know, 90% of the time these rescues end in a happy story, and that's exactly what they're hoping for today. So you guys can see, it looks like they have the dolphin now.
And dolphins, of course, are air breathers. They just
or...
got to keep their skin wet, and that helps them out a lot. But so I'm not sure.
Yes,
how
and they have sprayers here too.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people are wondering, how are you gonna, you know, how's he gonna stay alive? Well, they're experts. They know exactly what they're doing. They've done this before. They do say they have sprayers. They have a water tank. So Flipper, I should, you know, Flipper now. She's in good hands.
And for those of you who are just joining us, we got a little more information
Okay,
on
so
how...
we're now here.
Okay, sorry, go ahead, Jordan.
We're now hearing that the dolphin's got a, we're getting word now that the dolphin is headed back in containment. They were about to pull him out here just a moment ago, but they're sending him back into the netting. So we're not quite sure why that's happening.
Well, as we wait to see what happens there, for those of you who are just joining us and curious about how exactly this dolphin got in here, according to Sheriff Randy Smith, he thinks that the surge got so high there from Lake Pontchartrain that the dolphin swam in sometime during Hurricane Ida or in the aftermath of Ida and then was just unable to get out.
Yeah, guys, we're being asked to move away from the scene right now, so we're going to have to get our gear and move back a little bit.
Okay. Well,
we'll
maybe let you guys get situated here as we're watching a little bit of a rocky start here, but this is a shot here, but this, of course, is live television, and this is happening quite literally right now.
Yes. So it looks like Bree has our photographer has a clear view right now, so that's good. I'm kind of behind some trees, so I can't exactly see what's going on. Y'all could probably see a little more than I can at this moment.
Well, and for those of us who have never rescued a dolphin, it seems like it might be a fairly easy thing to do, but watching this process go on, it seems like it's extremely complicated. And it doesn't look like a huge dolphin, so. But it's probably
they're
scared
doing
and
they're
doesn't
doing
know
a
what's
really
going
good
on.
job. The crews out here. Yeah, the crews out here are doing a great job. You can tell they've been trained to do exactly this. So they're working hard to get Flipper out of there.
Yeah,
and get him back home.
The dolphin there has sort of earned the nickname Flipper from some of those neighbors there in Slidell who are watching this happen. We spoke to one woman who said that they do see dolphins in Lake Pontchartrain, but very rarely do they ever see them in a retention pond.
Oh yeah, and of course, and then the sheriff, Sheriff Smith, I believe, said the same thing. He's rescued many animals, dogs, cats, you name it, but never a dolphin. So this is all new for everybody. A lot of people out here watching because it is not common.
Well, when it's all said and done, I did get the song and the words over to Paul, so Paul will be able to sing.
Yeah, Eric wants me to sing the Flipper theme song. I'm working on it. I need some more practice. Maybe.
That's awesome. Well, I think as soon as the sheriff got off of the air, I think he went and pulled up Google.
We'll do a little duet then.
We'll learn the lyrics again. Well, yeah, that'd be great.
Well, yeah, in all seriousnness, we really do hope that dolphin does get out of here. And it's, according to Sheriff Randy Smith, the dolphin seems to be okay. There's sort of some minor injuries. He was kind of talking about that earlier. But for the most part, it seems like the dolphin is okay. The trouble is now just getting him out of that retention pond and then taken to the facility there on the Louisiana-Mississippi line.
Do they have a generator at the station?
Yes, that's exactly what they're doing, and they're taking their time, rightfully so. They want to be able to make this safe rescue. And, so far, I know they were worried about the amount of people out here, but even, spectators who are out here right now, they're doing great. They're keeping quiet. They're doing what, people around here, are asking of them. So
all right, Jordan,
they're wanting to take step by step and get it right.
Keep us posted on this. We'll be following this through the rest of the program.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Let's go to a quick break. We'll be right back.
Alrighty, well, it's a pretty quiet start to our day across southeast Louisiana, but it is going to be very hot today. Another heat advisory in effect through the early evening hours, and it's going to feel like the triple digits for many parishes. We're still without power, or many of us are still without power, so we really don't have the means to cool down. Again, if you're working outside, inside today, just make sure you're staying hydrated, taking frequent breaks, and paying attention to your body, because heat illnesses, heat exhaustion can creep up quickly on you today. Right now, temperatures are warming up quickly. We're in the mid to upper 80s across southeast Louisiana and southern Mississippi. But when you factor in the humidity, it already feeling like the upper 90s in a few spots. Feels like the upper 90s in Houma, Reserve, Kenner, mid 90s in Hammond, and upper 80s, or upper 90s rather, in Bogalusa. So you get the point, it's hot outside. As you take a look at your planning forecast, again, temperatures are expected to climb into the lower 90s today. Factoring the humidity, it's going to feel like the triple digits. Today's going to feature plenty of sunshine. We'll see a few clouds here and there, and the chances for rain really low. We'll see a few stray showers, but many of us will remain dry, and I'm expecting clear skies as we head into tonight, but it's still going to remain pretty warm. Houma, you all, lower 90s today, heat advisory in effect. Not a whole lot of rain in your forecast, but it is going to be quite hot. Keep that in mind while you're working outside. As we take a look at the latest radar scan, I'm not tracking any rain, so we all are starting off dry, and models are showing a few pop-up showers starting to bubble up across the area, but many of us remaining dry. Most of the shower activity will remain out to the west with quick heavy downpours. As we head into tonight, very quiet. I don't expect any rain, and we'll be starting off with mainly clear skies tomorrow. A few coastal showers are possible, and tomorrow's Labor Day, by the way. But because of a trough sliding through, that's actually going to up our chances for some showers, isolated downpours tomorrow, so keep that in mind for tomorrow afternoon. And it will get heavy in a few spots as we head into tomorrow evening as well as tomorrow night, and things will start settling down, and I do expect mostly cloudy conditions as we head into Monday. Now again, the big talk of what's going on in the tropics, I am looking at an area over the Yucatan Peninsula. It's going to merge into the Gulf later on today in Vest 91L. Again, we're just investigating this area. It's not going to do much in the next couple of days or so. It is an area of disorganized showers and storms, and has maximum sustained winds of 25 miles per hour, moving to the north-northwest at 2 miles per hour, so it's barely moving. Again, the National Hurricane Center has highlighted this area here, highlighted in the yellow. This is where we're expecting it to gradually develop. Again, look at the chances for development, 30% chance in the next 5 days. A lot of things will be working against this area of concern. As we take a look at this particular model, that tropical wave now emerging into the Gulf of Mexico by Monday, Tuesday night, or early Tuesday morning rather. It's going to try and organize, but again, dry air will be working against it, as well as upper level wind. So we'll be running into a good amount of wind shear, and we'll also have a frontal boundary that's going to move through the area, squeezing that tropical moisture over portions of the Gulf Coast. So heavy rain is expected in a few areas as we approach our Wednesday and Thursday. But after that frontal boundary moves through the area, Thursday night into our Friday, drier air is expected to move into the area, and our dew points could potentially be only in the upper 50s and lower 60s in a few spots, so that's going to be nice. So that same tropical wave could bump up our rain chances Tuesday, Wednesday into our Thursday, and at best, I've been looking at all the long-range models. It doesn't look like it's going to strengthen much. At best, tropical depression, a tropical storm, but a good amount of rain in a few spots, between 1 to 3 inches of rain through your Tuesday and also Thursday with locally higher amounts, so keep that in mind. And if that area or this tropical wave gets a name, the next name on the list, it is Mindy. So here's a look at your 7-day forecast. It's going to be hot, not as humid, heat advisory in effect for much of the day, 92, and then tomorrow scattered showers. It's Labor Day, and we're looking at that tropical moisture to move into the area as we head into your Wednesday and Thursday.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of the Hurricane Ida aftermath.
In Louisiana, still without power. The company says 6 of the 8 main transmission lines that feed power into the metro area have been restored, but still about 600,000 customers don't have power. Some of the hardest hit areas like St. John, St. James, Tangipahoa, and some of the real southern parishes like Lafourche and Terrebonne, it could be a long time. As we said, in Lafourche and Terrebonne, St. Charles, Lower Plaquemines, they'll likely have to wait 3 weeks or maybe even more to get their power fully restored. We did just get an update from Entergy about their restoration efforts, and Danny Monteverdi was at that media briefing. And what are they saying right now, Danny?
Eric, it's really kind of a mixed bag right now. It's a patchwork of power right now. Long and short of it, let's just use Lakeview as just one anecdote right now. Last night, that's where I'm staying right now, we got power there, but driving through around 11 o'clock, 11:30 last night, there's still many parts of Lakeview that are without power. And again, that's just one snapshot of one neighborhood. Looking at the numbers themselves, Entergy says that at the peak, there were 902,000 customers without power. Today, there are 349,000 customers who are getting power, who can get it. They described this as, quote, unprecedented damage that they had to repair. So right now, it's about 1/3 of customers who can get power are able to get it. Now, some good news is that they said they have been able to do 100% of assessments, and that's basically trying to figure out what's wrong so they can make a plan to fix it. In some good news, they say hospitals in the area all have power back, so that's some positive news right there. In terms of the city proper, Orleans Parish, Entergy New Orleans, they're about 39% of customers are back on. 205,000 customers were once out, now 79,000 customers are back. So again, it's a kind of a mixed bag, and Eric, as you were saying, it's going to be a lot of just kind of hurry up and wait, unfortunately, for people in those outlying areas to get the power back.
Yeah, and even Entergy is saying don't trust the map. I know on my Entergy app, I looked at it last night, I was at a friend's house, and it said your power's been restored, so I made a beeline home, and power was not restored.
No, and again, and it's just unfortunately the best phrase to use, it's just a patchwork right now. There's little things that can happen for different areas that may allow one block to get it, one block won't. In fact, and again, just using Lakeview just as an anecdote, since I was there last night, looks like the lake side of Harrison was on and the river side of Harrison was off. So even in certain neighborhoods, you're going to have little patches where there's still not power just yet. Now, they say they're working, every second of the day to get the power back on. And if you've been out there, you see there are linemen just swarming all over the city, and Jefferson Parish, and of course the outlying areas where they can get them. But that's the big thing too. In those outlying areas, there was just so much damage. We've seen it on a lot of video in the recent days, but unless you've been down there in person, it's really hard to comprehend the magnitude of just how damaged things are. And in fact, in terms of another number they gave, let's see, look at the notes here real quick. It's kind of an astounding number. I think they said it was 15,000, yeah, here we go, 15,000 miles of lines were damaged, 2,400 power poles down. So imagine that 15,000 miles of line were damaged, which now have to be repaired. And again, some of these hard-hit areas, especially Terrebonne, Lafourche Parish, parishes, those are going to be the areas that, as we've said a lot, unfortunately are going to be in the dark for a long time. Same for even closer in, like St. Charles and St. John. Just, again, catastrophic damage, really the likes of which we haven't seen so far. So again, this morning, it looks like about 1/3 of customers have power back, but still a long way to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we look at that, if you have poles up in your neighborhood, maybe your power will come on. A lot of places have trees that have fallen on poles, and it may knock out a whole neighborhood till they can get all that taken care of.
That's right, and cleanup is part of the situation right now as well. Every day, of course, it's getting better, but it's, again, if you've not seen a lot of this mess firsthand, it is just far-reaching and really kind of hard to describe. It's one of these things you really have to see. So there is that hurdle to get through to get the power back, and even when you get trees removed, for example, then you've still got to clean up the mess of the power poles and the transformers and the infrastructure and equipment. And so it's unfortunately for some people it's going to take a lot longer than others. But the positive news is there has been a decent amount of restoration done in the city, far from perfect. Again, in Orleans Parish alone, just to look at that, Entergy says 39% of customers, so still half the city without power right now. But hopefully, again, today we'll see a little bit more come on. And it's nothing anyone wants to hear, but it's the old cliche we've been saying, just kind of, pack the patience right now, and we'll see what happens in the coming days.
And again, so many kudos to the thousands of men and women who were out there on the front lines working, getting that power restored in this brutal heat. They're working long shifts. People may be mad at energy, but for goodness sake, don't be mad at those people who are doing the yeoman's work of getting the power back on out in the field.
That's right. I mean, and again, if you're out and about right now, you don't have to look far or wide to see two things: damage and linemen. It's all over the place, the damage, and the linemen are there too, doing what they can. And it's again, if you've traveled on I-10 like we've done recently, it's just kind of a cavalry right now of linemen coming in, trucks coming in. So again, the bodies are there. It's just, as we said, it's every corner of southeast Louisiana right now has some form of damage. And in a lot of cases, it is severe damage. In fact, we were driving up to Baton Rouge the other day, and just seeing, just anecdotally, this has nothing really to do with power in particular, but looking at the trees along I-10 through St. John and St. Charles parishes, I mean, snapped like matchsticks. And so again, that's how fierce these winds were. And these are, trees that have been there a long time and sturdy trees, and then drive along Highway 90 through St. Charles Parish, for example. You've got cinder block walls at buildings that have been knocked down. And so again, there's a lot of these power poles that just didn't fare well. And as you said, Eric, debris in the lines, debris over poles. So you can't make those repairs until you can get that debris off, which is a job in and of itself. But again, the one good thing is they say they have made 100% of assessments at this point. So when they know what's wrong in theory, they can get the job going to figure out how to fix it and get the lights back on for people.
Well, that's good. All right, Danny, thank you very much for the update. Paul?
Jefferson Parish is still under curfew as progress is slowly being made to restore electricity and sewer service to homes and businesses. It has been a long week for hundreds of thousands of people without power in JP. And joining us now on Zoom is Parish President Cynthia Lee Shank. Cynthia, thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
So why don't you just give us a quick rundown of what y'all are dealing with in JP right now?
Well, look, our main concern are a couple things, but as the electricity gets restored, and I do want to say Entergy, I believe, is doing everything they can, but double check the maps. Some neighborhoods are showing green, but I think you need somebody on the ground to go check your house if you're outside making a decision on whether or not to come back or not. My understanding is sometimes it goes green and then it goes out. And so just do a double check on the Entergy map. So we're working really hard to get the water and the sewer systems up to speed and stronger. As we know, more people are going to want to come back in the next few days. We're making a lot of headway on that. We're still under a boil water advisory, though, because the pressure is not where we want it to be. I'm hoping we get both of our water treatment plants online. One was online yesterday with electrical power. We're hoping the other one comes online today. And then also we have over 500 lift stations with our sewer system that is dependent on electricity. So again, we're putting out portable pumps and we're putting out vacuum trucks, but those are the necessities of the electricity, is making sure the nursing homes, the assisted living, and then the infrastructure in our water and sewer start getting power and we start stabilizing those systems. But we have made contact with all the assisted living and nursing homes in the past couple of days. They're on generator power. If their residents are still here, we've been going and topping the fuel for them. And then yesterday was the bright day that I had when I was able to visit the convention center in New Orleans. So for that middle ground of people who don't need hospital care and don't need to be in hospitals, but yet really can't take care of themselves and cannot handle a bus ride to Bastrop, Louisiana, it was so wonderful to see the state, Louisiana Department of Health and Human Services at the federal level, met a lot of people from out of town with the disaster medical assistance teams, be at the convention center. So I know our most vulnerable citizens are taken care of right close to home. So that was made me very happy to see that resource in place.
And Cynthia, I know you're making progress with the utilities out there, but so many of those areas outside of the levee protection, Lower Lafitte and Grand Isle, are just dealing with some of the worst devastation they've ever seen. What's your communication like with some of the local leaders down there?
That is a completely different story. Those are people who lost everything. I mean, electricity is not their issue. They lost all of their possessions. They lost their home, their whole life. If you think of your home as your life, we're lucky that we didn't have a lot of fatalities, but to lose every possession, that you have is just really tough. Our concentration on those areas is to make sure our first responders have what they need. And that really is, God forbid there's a fire down there. Are we able to, fight that fire? Are we able to provide emergency response? And so for Lafitte and Grand Isle, it's to try to get stable teams out there to start the most basic part of rebuilding a community. Is almost like first responder stability, right? And so that's what we're trying to get a bridge to the people in Barataria to make that crossover. That was just terrible that, again, we lost the use of that bridge through a loose vessel. And we are going to come back at that later. And really, that is a problem we've been dealing with every time. And that is something that did not need to happen if people would do the right thing and the responsible thing ahead of time, tie down those vessels so we don't have these runaway vessels taking out our infrastructure. That's the last thing these people need, is not having transportation to their home. That did not need to happen. So again, post-storm, we're going to have to go revisit a lot of these issues and really get some enforcement on some of these, what I hate, bad operators, so to speak.
And I know it's still early, but is there any sort of estimated time on how long it's going to take to rebuild some of these areas, Grand Isle or Lower Lafitte?
Yeah, Entergy did not give us estimates. They're still doing their damage assessments. So I know, the other day I was told that Atmos Gas had to turn on the the pipe to Lafitte because it took on too much water. So, I mean, we're looking at kind of like, especially from the gas perspective, they told me like a total rebuild of Lafitte, Grand Isle as well. I mean, there was a natural gas smell. I think we've got that under control. So, I mean, the dangers post-storm are very real. It's not, I know people want to go see their homes, but it is hazardous out there, especially in Lafitte and Grand Isle areas, to be out there. And look, our fire chiefs are saying we've had hundreds of calls too in Upper Jefferson as well for carbon monoxide issues. So many people are using their generators. We lost more people post-storm than we did during the storm. To have the 3 fatalities for carbon monoxide poisoning, absolutely did not need to happen. That was a post-storm death, and we don't want any more of those. So please, we need to make sure everybody understands the proper use of their generators so we have no more fatalities from this storm. I mean, that is the tragedy.
It is so important to keep that 20+ feet away from the house, as well as not under the house or any windows there. As far as crime is concerned, I know that Sheriff Joe Lopinto said that looting has not been widespread and there are plenty of deputies to respond to things. But of course, we had that unfortunate situation where there was a shooting in a gas line. Your reaction to that, and then of course your reaction to hearing that there was an arrest that was made.
Well, the days post-storm, that was my concern. When you have a breakdown of a society like we do and all of our systems broken, you just want to make sure that there's law and order. That's why I issued the curfew for the sheriff's office for our first responders, so they have full use of the streets. We don't have people on the streets. They're able to watch their property. And our first responders, our sheriff's office, the Louisiana National Guard has helped not only with food distribution, but with supplementing the security. I wanted our citizens out of town to know that their property was safe. We're asking them to stay away those couple days. They needed to know their property was safe. And, I just want to commend our sheriff's office, Sheriff Lopinto and his troops and his team, as well as the National Guard who helped them. I mean, they did have that other, incident at the gas station, which was a terrible tragedy. There was a fatality, but overall, we have not had an outbreak of lawlessness or anything like that, because the sheriff had what he needed. He had the support of the Louisiana National Guard as well. And that would have been another tragedy on top of everything that we're doing. And then, I say the double whammy is because our refineries got hit. So we had this fuel situation that, we didn't have after Katrina. That was very difficult. But when you get hit at the source for the gas, that's the reason. It wasn't necessarily issues with that gas station or their employees not being there or a generator not being on. We got hit at the source with 8 refineries that provide 2/3 of the gas for Louisiana, 13% for the United States. We got hit right there at our gas source. And that was very, very difficult for us. And it's still not solved. I know at the highest level, we were saying this is an immediate need for us. I'm told that, other supplies from outside, other inventory from outside the state is coming in. But again, to be hit at the source at our refineries that depend on electricity, and it takes 5 to 7 days for a refinery to get up to full speed. That was just another layer on top of everything that complicated things with those lines at the gas station.
I know a lot of our viewers are watching, a lot of our viewers have evacuated and they're watching us online, and they're curious on when it's a good time to come back to JP. Obviously, it's different depending on where you're at. Grand Isle, it's going to be a lot longer. Lower Feet's going to be a lot longer. But you know, some of these other areas, maybe utilities will be coming back sooner rather than later. What would you say to folks who are gone right now and wondering when they should come back?
Well, we've been struggling and working very hard, and every day we've been making, my teams know that when the electricity comes back on, I wanted the water and sewer systems to be strengthened. I was very fortunate to say schools are not starting next week. So that was not going to bring in the masses of people. The public school system, Jefferson Parish public school system, that they have Dr. Gray, I think he was sending drones out to all of his buildings. I mean, the buildings that they have to assess and understanding what schools can provide, they just needed more time, as well as the Catholic school system. So school is not bringing you back. My job is to give you the full information. My best friend, they're coming in, they're looking at their house and they're going back out again, because they just, if you have elderly people in your family, if you cannot live in the heat, my job is to give you the information about what the status is like here and, for you to make that call. But if you can afford to be out, obviously hotel lodging is very expensive for people. They have financial concerns. So that is a situation that has to be made by each individual family. Every day we make progress. I will say that. Every day we make progress.
I'm sorry to cut you off, Cynthia. They're telling me to wrap you, but thank you so much for your information.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Week since Hurricane Ida hit us, people are still sifting through all the damage. Some people, as Cynthia was just mentioned, losing everything. The big question is how do you pay for the repairs? Some people have insurance, others don't. Jim Donlin is Louisiana's insurance commissioner, and he's joining us now with some things that will help out. And Jim, we talked to you last week on the morning news. One of the things that people don't realize a lot of times about their policy is there's going to be some sticker shock because there is a hurricane clause on most policies, a named storm clause, where you have a much higher deductible.
No question about it, Eric. Hurricane named storm deductible. I do a tour of the state every year at the beginning of hurricane season. The media is very accommodating of my ask of their time. And the first message I give everyone is, frankly, number one is access the National Flood Insurance Program that benefits Louisiana more than any other state. And number two is get with your agent, go over your coverages, know what you are covered for and what you're not. And the main purpose of that is to know what your named storm or hurricane deductible is. Almost every homeowner's policy and almost every commercial property policy comes with a named storm or hurricane deductible of between 2 and 5% typically. You can get it lower if you pay higher. You can get it higher and save money. Yeah. But almost everyone does 2 to 5%, not of your damage, 2 to 5% of your insured value. $100,000, $200,000 home, 5% named storm deductible, $10,000 out of pocket before your coverage kicks in.
Yeah, so if you have some roof damage, but not a whole lot, but enough to where you have $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 and your deductible is $10,000, what do?
You have to pay that out of pocket. First off, you file your claim because, as you know, there are things stirring in the Gulf today that, who knows, can bring another event our way, as Lake Charles experienced last year. Laura was 150 mile an hour, devastating hurricane. A month later, in the exact same path came Delta, damaging repaired property and new damage. That claim for under your deductible, that $5,000 roof damage that didn't reach your $10,000 named storm deductible, counts against the next event should it happen in the same hurricane season.
Okay, so even if
for no other reason,
even if you think you don't have enough damage to qualify for your deductible, file anyway, because if you're hit by another storm, then you'll have no hurricane deductible.
And Eric, let me add, it will not affect your premium. I even, on an earlier call, that interview I did earlier, someone said their adjuster told them their rates will go up even if they file a claim and it doesn't reach their deductible. That adjuster probably innocently thinks that because in other areas of insurance, like auto insurance, that is or can be the case, but not with act of God claims such as hurricanes, hailstorms, or tornadoes. It does not count against you. They cannot raise your premium. They cannot cancel or non-renew you for such a claim.
And for people who don't have homeowners insurance, they can still apply with the federal government, as can people who have insurance, but they don't meet their deductible. They can still get some help from FEMA.
Absolutely. It's called individual assistance. It was done for Katrina, the Road Home program. It's been done for every major disaster declared by the federal government at the request of our local governors ever since, and probably before even Katrina.
And so now the hurricane, the named storm deduction. Now, what about for people who have commercial properties, who have doubles or things like that that they rent out, and they have those deductibles? Are the same rules apply to them?
Absolutely. High-rise buildings or duplexes, all commercial property. Well, let me say, there are very rare but available in the private sector policies that do not come with a hurricane or named storm deductible. They're much more expensive, naturally, but you can shop and get such coverage. But for 99% of the homeowners, there is a named storm or hurricane deductible, as is true in all the coastal states, up and down the Atlantic and all around the Gulf.
All right, so no matter what damage you have at your house, whether it's a little or a lot, get a hold of your insurance company and make a claim.
Absolutely. If you need help, 800-259-5300. We were doing about 300 calls a week. We were shut down, but had volunteers in our office fielding 300 calls a week through Friday with a 1-minute wait time on the queue, waiting to get the next available counselor.
All right, Jim.
We're there to do that. That's our job.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. And a lot of good information there. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back after this.
Now back to that story that has a lot of people talking online. A baby dolphin was found alone and stranded in Slidell. For the last hour or so, crews have been working to rescue the animal from a retention pond between the levee and the pumping station there. Jordan Howington is live now with an update. Jordan, what seems to be the latest?
Hey, yeah, so we are here with John Peterson with SeaWorld out of Orlando. He brought his crew into town last night and they prepped for this rescue. So he's here right now to tell us live, the update from this rescue. How is Flipper doing?
Well, this dolphin's actually doing really well. First off, our hearts and prayers go out to everybody that was hit by Ida. This animal was displaced just like thousands of people. You know, when an animal's in need, the Southeast Stranding Network, which is NOAA, the Foundation, SeaWorld, IMMS, Dolphin Island, a bunch of groups come together to help a single animal. And one of the coolest events is to be able to do what we did today, where we come out, we're able to safely rescue the animal, transport the animal, and the best news is this animal is going right back to the ocean. This is the goal of SeaWorld and all of our rescue facilities. Rescue, rehabilitate on site, and return. So this young animal's got a little bit of a car ride to go. He's going to take a ride inside a special water unit, so he's sitting in water. He's got 3 veterinarians with him, crews behind him. We'll take him back, get a tag on him so we can follow him, and we're going to release him right back out into his natural environment.
And that is the story we were hoping for, a good outcome. And real quickly, you've been doing this for 25 years. Have you ever seen anything like this?
Well, I've seen a lot of things. This one was an interesting one for sure. But, you know, the great part is we got great teams. This town has got incredible people who had kept us up to date and told us about what's going on. We weren't coming until Tuesday, but they had called and said things changed. So NOAA and the Stranding Network all got together, said we can make this a little quicker. So for the animal, we made it quicker. We got here. But I got to say, the success comes from locals, from people calling and not intervening, but letting the experts get there, give us a little time. We get these teams together. And when you do it correctly, this is what you get. You get a perfect day.
That is awesome, John. Thank you so much. Again, just an update that dolphin Flipper we are now calling is safe. He is headed back out to his natural habitat. Back to you guys.
Jordan, that is great news. I know Eric Paulson's got the Flipper song ready, but let's get a final check of your fork. Oh, he's got it right there.
We'll let it calm down and let Michelle close out the show with the weather.
I don't mind doing it with a little bit of music. It's going to be hot today. Heat advisory will be in effect throughout the day. For many parishes, it will feel like the triple digits. Just make sure you're being careful while you're outside today. We're in the mid to upper 80s, lower 90s in a few spots. But when you factor in the humidity, it's already feeling like the upper 90s. It feels like 100 in reserve. And that's going to be the story throughout the rest of today. So make sure you're drinking plenty of water. Many of us were still without power. 91 degrees, that's going to be the actual temperature. Plenty of sunshine today. A few spotty showers are possible, but many of us will remain dry. As we take a look at the current radar, mostly dry conditions, but tracking a few spotty showers, trying to move up Terrebonne Parish. Quick heavy downpours in that spot, but again, many of us will remain dry throughout the rest of the day. So I'll leave you with your 7-day forecast. A heat advisory in effect, 20% coverage for showers and some isolated thunderstorms, and the humidity value somewhat lower today, but they are going to climb through the afternoon. We'll see a daytime high of 92. Tomorrow is Labor Day, and I bumped up the rain chances to 50% because many of us will see scattered showers and isolated downpours, so be prepared for that. Looking at an area of concern out in the tropics that could potentially be a rainmaker for us as we head into our Tuesday and Wednesday and also Thursday morning. And then drier air moves into the area Friday, and we're looking pretty dry for the upcoming weekend.
And you know, with all the bad news we've had over the past week, it's good to end on a positive note with that dolphin being rescued, that baby dolphin being rescued. So
Flipper.
We'll close out the show with oh, darn.
You got it ready? What is it, giving you an advertisement or something? Oh, there you go.
There you go. It is a world full of wonder, and he's off to the Gulf of Mexico, so that's good.
There we go, there we go. And it does appear that dolphin is in good condition, so that's some good news there. That is our morning show. Thank you so much for watching.
Have a great day. We'll see you back here later on.